Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, March the 4th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. Yes, yes. Thank you, Div. All right. Well, obviously, uranium is in play today. Not going to go over all the geopolitical stuff that's going on, but URA. This is the ETF, so I mean, if you wanted to play uranium today, probably your best bet would be URA. You can take a look at individual stocks, of course. Now, I thought, of course, when like most people, I thought it was just totally about what was happening with that reactor, but it appears also. Let me just grab this headline. Just give me a moment here. Yeah, following a U.S. State Department report that there's been significant progress in nuclear talks with Iran. We were close to a possible deal. So that could be playing into it also. So anyway, guys, uranium, URA. So if you just want to participate with the ETF, there is your ETF for uranium as opposed to looking at an individual stock. Now, the market's in for, again, another rough open to start. We'll have to see what happens. We've got some stocks like the Indo. Indo was way up again this morning, but really, really erratic. However, yeah, actually it's holding better than I thought it was. So Indo, but again, be awfully careful. 1.5 million in the float, so you know what can happen. Up, down, up, down. You don't want to be caught in it when it has a big $5 drop. Smith & Wesson, yeah, SWBI, earnings play. And this is it, guys, for earnings season, really. We got a couple hundred next week releasing earnings, 500 this week, so we're on the decline. So this is kind of maybe one of the last big days for earnings plays. But SWBI, Smith & Wesson, earnings play, big gap down. Released after hours, you can see the move area right here. So it's still holding the gap down, really. It has not rebounded much at all. Funko, FNKO, love saying that one. FNKO, earnings play. This could be interesting. After hours, it got up to what, 21.20. So when I look at the monthly chart, I think I see that's what I see here, 2106 and 2166. So you can kind of see if it can take out that post-market high and start to run. I mean, it's got a lot of room. I mean, 27 is the next high in the monthly chart. The weekly chart, it's a little tighter, but nonetheless, Funko has some room. However, I'm skeptical about any sort of a bounce, any sort of continuation off earnings today for basically any stock. Especially, depends what the market does, of course. If the market holds here and then starts selling off, I would anticipate that a lot of these are just going to fade. GPS, the gap is gapping up. GPS is gapping up. However, look what it did after hours. Released earnings after hours. And it got up to what, 16.90 or so, almost 17. And it has pulled back quite a bit. So again, this is another one I would anticipate. My bias, certainly, if the market continues like this, will be fading these gaps. SG, another interesting one, Sweetgrass. Another earnings play. Not very much volume. That's the issue right now. Not very much volume. They released after hours, so that was the big gap up after hours. But it's holding. I guess that's kind of the interesting part. It is holding, but there's not very much volume yet. Oppenheimer reiterates coverage with a sure, why not, $37 price target. MT was moving down. I think the steel play. Yeah, steel play. MT is moving down, not an earnings play, so not exactly sure why there's this big gap down. Unless there's a disruption of some sort. Next low looking left, I mean, this had a big gap up. This was earnings on the 10th. So that had nothing to do with it. So it had a big gap up here. But if you look left on the daily chart, the next low looks like it's around 27.25. So it's got some room if it wants to keep moving down. Here is another one of those sub $1 stocks that's having a big day. They announced an $8 million share buyback, EJH. So it's up 33%. Again, I don't get too interested in any of these unless they really take out $1. But I know some of you like to play these, so EJH. AI. Couldn't see what the price target was put on this one, but AI is sinking Deutsche Bank. Now I have to laugh at Deutsche Bank. I mean, Deutsche Bank's in the tank as a stock company. Well, I won't say it's a company, but certainly as a stock. Anyway, Deutsche Bank has put a on AI. I don't know if they actually put a slashes price target of 18. So what are we? So okay, so 18. So they're slashing their price target down to 18 for AI. As their own company, yeah. DBVT, another one that's been hit hard here. DBVT, big percentage move down, 20% down. Cheap one. And this is an earnings play, March 3rd market hour. So somehow they I don't know if they released actually during the market yesterday, but looks like they did it after hours. Anyway, bottom line is that we are in a gap down situation. I'm not sure. It looks like they released before the market opened today. I know we have March 3rd market hours, but looks like they released before the market opened today. And then there is STLA. STLA. This could be another interesting one. I mean, it's almost an all-time low. And I think I have an alert set down here. I believe that will be the all-time low, 1488. Not too far away, but 50 cents away. So I have to keep an eye on this one. Basically an EV play, I guess. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's an EV play, but they're out of they are out of the Netherlands. So let's take a look at that URA. See what's happening with that uranium ETF. Just kind of hanging in here. It's through the 200-day moving average. And if you wanted the one big stock in the uranium sector, CCJ, probably the main stock, the biggest one. So when you look at my pre-market actives up and pre-market actives down, no surprise. Well, even in just the gap up and gap down, these are the alerts, you know, only 4 of them making this list. Whereas here is your list. But also here, if I scroll down, this is what I see. I have to keep scrolling down. These are all the pre-market actives down versus the pre-market actives up that make the cut in my 2 scans here. So just one moment, please. All right, it is now 9:11, so let me take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from our friendly analysts. Let's see, not too many of each, so let me get them in. All right, for some reason, see, Canaccord is upgrading a couple of the cannabis stocks for some reason. Tilray and Hexo. Take a look at those two. I have no idea why. I showed you MJ yesterday, the chart yesterday. What a very sad. Upgrade for ETRN from Goldman. Let's take a look at ETRN to see if there's any action. ETRN. Of course, it's an energy play, so little upgrade by Goldman this morning. Yeah, probably coming into a lot of resistance around 750. Get the downgrades in now. Yeah, see, JP Morgan has downgraded that SE. I looked at that SE. I know somebody mentioned that is what they're looking at as a potential short. It's a little outside the price range I look at, but boy, I did see that this morning. I'll get that chart up right now once I get these downgrades in. What? Raymond James downgrading Best Buy? Are they crazy? And ADV being downgraded by Goldman. So let's take a look at ADV. Downgraded by Goldman. Why do they care about a $6 stock? All right, let's take a look at SE. A little more expensive, yeah. So this is, I mean, what a run it's been on the way down. Wow, I mean, just 376, what, $376 or so. 1, 2, 3, 4 months ago. 103 now. A gaming stock of some sort. Internet mobile platform, provision of online gaming, etc. Wow. Yeah, I just can't get excited about Tilray or any marijuana or cannabis play. Look at MJ. Showed this yesterday. Look at this. And no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Well, okay, there's a fee if they will try to find, but if I see that from IB, I just say, well, forget about it. By the time they find it, who knows what time, what the price would be. So if I can't find, if I don't have shorts available immediately, I just forget about it. Morning, Mr. Real. All right, Sweet Green starting to give it up a little bit. Again, my bias, of course, for a while anyway, it has been to just fade these pops, these companies that release earnings. I just don't have any faith that they're going to hold. I mean, some do. I mean, JW Nordstrom, that was a nice play earlier this week. You know, on earnings, it kind of moved up most of the day, but you know, with the market the way it is, It seems to be like, look at GPS. Doesn't mean I'm going to just hop into a short immediately. Obviously, I want to see how it's trading, but it's already pulled back a lot from its post-market highs of 1690. Okay, what time is it? I've got something I've got to do within IB. Just give me a moment here. My IB, I have one IB chart up, and it's kind of it's kind of weird. PayPal, let's take a. I know you guys were talking about PayPal all day yesterday. PYPL, yeah, 100. Wow, look at this. Another one. I mean, it looks just like SE. I mean, completely different sectors, but it looks just like SE. Speaking of sectors, let's take a look. I took a brief glance, and not all the energy plays are up. So, but everything, I mean, everything else is down. I mean, okay, well, actually, energy now is almost, I mean, when I last looked, I think it was about 50-50. So, anyway, what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So, XLE, major ETF for the energy sector. These are the stocks that make it up. 89% of them are up from yesterday's close. That's what that percentage refers to. Okay, so that's what all of these percentages refer to. So, for instance, only 12.5% of the financials that make up XLF are up from yesterday's close. Technology in the tank, communications in the tank. So, as would be expected with the SPY, gapping down a bit. So again, this is like a broken record. Energy, energy, energy. And speaking of energy, that trade of the week is still doing well. Yeah, 147. What did it get up to yesterday? $153. So the trade of the week, this is, the trigger was 118, so pretty good. Look at this, 118, and it hit, 153 yesterday. Right sector. I mean, it's basically, obviously, it's the right sector. Poor Steve, what's he going to come up with next week? I got the first three real, Funko, GPS, and SWBI. Yeah, even Roku. Roku is looked like it was basing when I looked at it. Yeah, kind of basing right around here. No big news on it. Already had earnings on the 17th. But another one, wow, I mean $500 down to 123. So many stocks look like this in the tech sector, don't they? So anybody with a mutual fund that is heavily weighted in the techs, oh man. Speaking of which, ARK-K I haven't mentioned this one. A little bit of volume, FNHC, but very spotty looking. It actually had earnings after hours yesterday. FNHC, low float. I mean, in a different type of a market, I'd be kind of interested in this. You know, to see if it could get close to that 150 level, but I don't know. It's just not. It is a in the banking industry or the banking sector, financial sector. Of course, seed has had a nice little run here. Seed had a nice run at the end of the day, and it is continuing. Of course, agricultural. I know that. How's wheat doing? I know. Excuse me. Somebody was looking to short this in the pre-market. I think is reshorted it up in this area. When I say somebody in the room. Excuse me. Sorry. How's corn doing? These are two. I mean, I never even looked at these two charts. I don't think ever until this, the past couple of weeks. No, it's a big float, but STM is also down, kind of basing around here, but it's a big float, and it looks like there could be decent support around 36.20, 36.50. So I don't think it doesn't have a ton of room on the downside. See if there's any specific reason for it. And as always, be watching for the 10-day daily breakdown and see what happens with this one today. All these scans that I've been showing are, of course, I'm sharing. You just have to go to my homepage. Okay, GPS is moving a little higher right now. So again, anything that you see that I'm displaying or talking about, I am sharing as a scan. Just go to my homepage, go to the scan section, and there they all are. Yeah, I saw that Puma Biotech. I just didn't think it would be that exciting today, but it did hit. Yeah, had earnings after hours, got up to 270. I just thought that this area here, this 260, lots and lots of resistance on the way up. So I just didn't think it'd be that interesting. Could be wrong. BBYI. All right, so the gap is gapping up a little bit more, GPS, so it just made a new pre-market high. Higher it goes, better if we're trying to short this later. You're right, I have OCGN actually on my list. I forgot to mention it. Yeah, a FDA declines. Yeah, so OCGN. This was a sort of a virus play with India, but this is completely different. Actually, I'm wrong. I am wrong. It is. I thought all I read was pediatric, but okay. Emergency use application. Okay, so this is to do with the virus. Sorry. You know, I haven't had to mention the virus for a while. STLA, that's intriguing. Just about an all-time low here. So this could, let me see, where is it doing? Yeah, this could show up on the, depends on the volume, of course, the relative volume, but this could show up on the 10-day daily breakdown. I mean, obviously it is a 10-day daily breakdown right now, but other filters have to be met. I'm sure the minimum volume will be met. It's the relative volume. Will that be met? Shady's grab from yesterday, having a little bit of a bounce here. It was an earnings play yesterday, got hammered all the way down. Okay, we've got a little green bar forming here. Just give me one moment, I'll be right back. Yeah, grabs $28 billion market plunge shows the peril of SPAC mergers. Remember about, I don't know, was it a month ago? We had about 2 or 3 or 4 days of tremendous SPAC activity. It seems like it's a year ago now. Thank you, William. All right, everybody, the market is going to open in less than a minute, so let's have a great end to this trading week. Again, I typically will not trade in the first 15 minutes, try to let things settle down a little bit. My only exception sometimes will be in the 10-day daily breakdown if I really like what I see, okay? So that's the only exception I really make. Your Funko is starting to, yeah, there are shorts available. Yeah, lots of shorts at Interactive Brokers. So again, I just skeptical about these ones that have popped higher on earnings, that they're going to maintain this gap. And TTM, guys, TTM was ringing in my ears. TTM, car company out of India. And we're now open. Down goes tobacco. Yeah, I saw this one in the pre-market. A big float, 2.2 billion in the float. So I'm seeing some, look at the banks, DBS, UBS, HSBC, especially these European banks, ING, BCS. Well, yeah, I mean, look at these banks. Again, this is what I'm saying, the gap downs, okay? A lot of banks. There, of course, is the big uranium play, CCJ. That was URA. If you want to look at uranium today and but you don't want to look at a specific stock, this is the ETF for uranium, okay? Uranium sector. So let's see what sort of a start we've had. So of course the Dow is down, NAS is down, SPY is down. Market trying to put in a green bar to start. All right, Sweetgrass is on its way down here, guys, a little bit. This is actually, I'm not sure if shorts were available earlier at Interactive Brokers, but there are none right now. Yeah, I mean, listen, GPS, I may be completely wrong on this, but I mean, GPS is definitely having a nice, maybe it's going to do what Nordstrom's did, on a couple of days ago and just have a nice run all day. You would think there's a lot of resistance right around that 1720 mark. So that's still far enough away, but I maintain my buy. It depends what the market does. I mean, obviously, if we have a rally in the market, then some of these plays will look good on the upside, but especially the bounce plays. Yeah, it's just too early for me to attempt to. My bias is shorting these ones, Funko and GPS. It's just a little too early for me to commit. Oh, wait, my goodness. American Airlines, $15. Wow. How's Jets doing? Yeah, look at there. Wow. I mean, you don't want to look at a specific airline stock. This is the ETF for the airline industry. Well, the banks, guys, WFC coming into maybe some support around 49. There's that 200-day move, or 48, yeah, around 49. There's a 200-day moving average. Whoa! Well, I hope you got out of your short. Was it blue? Who was it? Blue collar guys. Hopefully you got out of your short for wheat. Pop here. WEAT. Pre-market high was around 1249. Mentioned Grab just before. Grab is having a nice little pop here at earnings yesterday. Yeah, the Indo. I mean, listen, you can handle it. Is 1.5. I know I keep saying this. 1.5 million shares in the float. This can go up very quickly. It can go down even more quickly. So just be really careful. I mean, if it takes out that pre-market high, 25.40, anything is possible. Then Cleveland Cliffs, again yesterday, great day. What's Arch doing? Still hanging around that 150 mark. So Cliff right now, I mean, you look left on this weekly chart, and the next high is 26.51. And after that, 26.51. So a couple of highs at 26.51. I mean, you can see if it takes those out, I mean, sky's the limit. There's really no major resistance. So I'm just going to stick an alert around that area, see what happens if it takes that out later. Yeah, well, the GPS did fall. Again, just a little bit early for me, but hey, you were a little less conservative than I am. That's a dollar move from the high. Look at Grab, guys. Man, oh man, that's a nice comeback. I just mentioned just before the market opened. So there's a great percentage move for Grab. I mean, in theory, it's still got some room. 484 was the high yesterday, so but there's a nice great pop for Grab. Really, actually, most people say I sound okay, so let me just do a sound check. The mic is pretty good, so I've not heard too many complaints in the last little while anyway about how I sound. Yeah, so I'm not getting, it may be your system. Listen, I'm not, I'm absolutely open for suggestions if there is an issue, but I just haven't had any comments about the audio quality for, well, a long, long time. Well, guys, I mean, there's wheat now. Wheat, 1245 was the high in the pre-market. I think maybe a little higher. 1245 takes that out. I mean, this could just keep running. So the votes are in, Geronimo. Okay, how's that Funko doing? FNKO. A little choppy though. I mean, look at that topping tail, bottoming tail, topping tail, bottoming tail. Meanwhile, wheat is just absolutely ripping again. All right, I am just waiting to see if we get any of the 10-day daily breakdowns. Nothing yet. So that little green bar is no longer green, that opening 15-minute candle on the SPY. Yeah, you can buy it just like a stock. It's just an ETF, Falcon. Question was about wheat. Can you buy it just like a stock? Absolutely. No, look at General Motors. General Motors, GM is taking a hit here. Boy, look underneath here. If you look at the monthly chart, 39.74. So the GM is taking a bit of a hit here. William, were you? Well, I don't know what happened here. Were you were trying to go? You went long Unilever, I think. I'm assuming you're out of it. Actually, both Ford and GM are moving down here, guys. Of course, Ford with their announcement spinning off an EV division. That was a couple of days ago, but yeah, just go to my homepage. JJ, just go to my homepage. Go to the scan. Go to the scan section, and I have these four. Okay, 10-day daily breakdown. All right, guys, STLA. STLA is very interesting to me. If it takes up this 15, And the market is, putting in a red bar. This is almost an all-time low for STLA. The relative volume, see, it would have shown up, except the relative volume just a little bit light. Okay, there's a little pop in uranium here, URA. A little pop here in uranium. The other one that I was looking at, but there are no shorts available at Interactive Brokers, was that Sweetgrass, just no shorts available. So I have to leave that alone. Okay, we are picking up steam, guys, on the ones that are moving down. Look at the TQs and the SOXL. Of course, these are semi-plays. CCL. Ooh, the gap. Yeah, well, again, I just couldn't commit to it so early to it. So, but those of you who are a little less conservative than I am. And look at Riven. RIVN. All-time low now. RIVN. All-time low. And we've got Oxy on the move. Of course, energy play. Testing 50 again. But Riven. Boy, this is really underneath that 50 mark. Yeah, good Lord. American Airlines underneath 15 now. AAL underneath 15. How's UAL? I'm sure they're all doing the same kind of thing. UAL, Delta, DAL. But just take a look at Jets, the ETF for the airline sector. I mean, that'll tell you the whole story right there. The Riven underneath 49. RIVN underneath 49. Riven. RIVN. All right, there's Indo. Okay, it did take out the pre-market highs. You're going to take this one, be awfully careful, all right? That float can destroy you. Wow, CLF now is at a basically a 2-year high now. Riven. I'll bet you any money that Zach took that short. Well, I shouldn't say that. Another one on the way down here. EW. Okay, this is the Germany. I guess the country index ETF for Germany. EWG. Ugly, guys. If you're looking at some of the banks, car manufacturers, I mean, even GM, Ford, but Riven. RIVN, guys. I mean, this would have shown up on my daily breakdown, except that it's out of the price range I normally look at, but boy, oh boy. And look at the SPY. Well, I put a sound alert on this one. Now they're breaking down in volume, and my sound alert is wow, okay? And it's just saying wow, wow, wow over and over and over again. Time is it right now? 9:46. Okay, so we're into the first 15 minutes. Boy, this STLA is so interesting to me. It takes out that 15. You know, it's almost an all-time low, STLA. If the market continues in this descent, there's another one. Oh, wow, SGLY, SGLY. Now, what are you doing? This is a 10-day daily breakdown, but the volume just got to get to be 500,000, and then it's probably going to show up. What's the low here? 565. So the low here is 565. Then after that, 441. You know what? If this SGLY can take out that 565, that'll get really interesting. Yes, green trades. Mine also. I noticed that this morning. The IB charts are acting weird, and I closed one. I closed one down, and I opened another one, a new one, and it's still acting weird. Yes. Looking like this, right? And it didn't matter. So I thought it was just, you know, a corrupted chart, but didn't matter. Another country ETF, the United Kingdom, EW. Another one, EW. Sorry. So we have a EWG, boy, EWG, and also what do we have here for a? Wow, this is 2606 is the low right there. I wish that were. Well, it's below it. I mean the cruisers, airlines. I didn't have that issue yesterday, Chauncey, so I. All right, guys, I have actually taken a little short in this EWG just underneath 26. If it gets back up to 26, I'm out of it. So I want to see if this EWG can continue moving down. It is a country. That is a country ETF, of course, for Germany. Not of course, it is the country ETF for Germany. So we're just going to keep an eye on it. Yeah, let me, I'll answer the question just in a couple of minutes or even sooner. I'm just watching the EWG. I just don't. All right, guys, so the Indo did take out again that high, INDO. I'm on Mosaic. I don't know if that makes any difference, Chauncey, but I'm on Mosaic as opposed to classic TWS. I don't even know what the difference is. Boy, GM and Ford sinkage. This is the first for me. I've never actually traded a country ETF. Of course, and the more Deutsche Bank goes down, of course, the big German bank. Yeah, I'm not, I don't know what to expect out of it, to be honest. EWG. I mean, the next low on the monthly chart is way down here, 21. I'm not expecting to get down there, but all right, so don't repeat. Who asked that question? I'm just keeping an eye on the EWG. I don't want it to have a big pop on me. In fact, I may closer it gets. I'm basically it is where I shorted it, so. Okay, so the don't repeat. Who asked that question? Smithy. Smithy. Okay, so what the don't repeat means, and why I like to see it. So don't repeat right here. This is telling me that the first time when these filters were met, we had an alert for HGEN. The time was 9:40. The price was 275. So I can click on this. Now here is the sort of the repeating version. Every time HGEN makes a new high, we will see it. Okay, if it does make a new high. But this allows me to kind of go back and say, okay, I had an alert at 9:40, 275. What did it do from there? Okay. So I will do that a lot. I will put, for instance, here. This is probably a better one because it has a little more activity. So at Indo, 25.25, with these filter requirements met, I had an alert, 25.25. What did it do? I can see how Indo is repeating here over and over again as it kept making a new high. So this allows me to kind of go back and say, okay, what did it do from that very first alert? Make sense? Now remember, these are ideas that you're seeing here. These are not, when I get an alert, I trade them immediately. Okay, they're ideas. All right, guys. Okay, let's take a look at this Funko, FNKO. Is it, you are right. Chauncey, you deserve big kudos today for helping us with the IB. I took a chance, I did what you said, and yeah, the charts are back. And it was simple, it was painless, you're right. Thank you. It was very simple. And you're right, it did not boot us out of the program. So that's a plus. Just go to File, and then where it says Layout / Settings Recovery, click on that, and then just pick yesterday. You'll see a list, and just pick yesterday, Thursday, March the 3rd. Say OK. They may ask you, describe the problem. If you don't have to, and then just do it, open it, and it's done. It took like 15 seconds. Okay? I'll say it. Look at it. Okay, guys, Indo. Okay, guys, I'm out of the EWG. Basically, small loss on it, EWG. Meanwhile, Indo is just rippage here now. Uncharted territory now for this Indo. Because it's obviously it's a lifetime high. And please don't ask why this is up. There's no reason. I mean, yes, it's an energy play, but it's ridiculous. But you got to trade what we see. So the market is the market's putting in a big bottoming tail here. Not necessarily a big one, but it's put in a bottoming tail. That's the second 15-minute candle on the SPY. All right, PJ. Well, it's okay if you had 1 million shares. No, look. I mean, look how got up to what 20. Almost $29, and it just dropped like that. So that's why you've got to be super, super, super careful trading something like this with that float. ERUS. Yeah, trying to come back a little bit. It's basically flat. ERUS. Most days we see it, it's down another 20, 30, 40% every single day. Okay, yes, so the market is, maybe the sell-off has abated for a bit. Let's take a look at the SPY and a bigger 15-minute chart. So there's that big bottoming tail. Remember now, that was a big red candle. The sellers closed it here. The buyers closed it here, and the buyers look like they're trying to gain a little bit of control here. So if this happens, okay, if we start getting some green bars here on the SPY, the bounce plays should start working, okay? stocks that are been beaten up for no other reason other than the fact that the market is just kind of tanking. And when I say it like that, I mean it's a stock that doesn't have any specific news for it. It's on an earnings play. It hasn't had any specific bad news. It's just sort of the overall market. So when you look at Zach's, maybe some of the bounce plays. Not yet for this one. Well, this one is straight down so far. CPNG. The next low, wow, the next low looking left is just over 2068. So this got a couple of dollars before it hits that low. This was an earnings play on the 2nd. So actually the reaction was yesterday. Kind of a muted reaction because it released earnings after hours on the 2nd. So of course this is the 3rd. So really no big reaction. No, you're right. I mean, look, if you can stomach like how quickly this Indo moves. So I wouldn't if I'm a new trader, I'm not trading it. But you can't take fewer shares, wider stops, otherwise you'll just get whipped out constantly. But if I'm a new trader, I don't trade this. I know it's exciting, but you can. I just pointed out how it dropped about $3 in a heartbeat. Big. It was an earnings play a couple of days ago, wasn't it? Yesterday, actually. Big lots. Yeah, a lot of shares at IB to short if you wanted. So I don't know if the memers have got a hold of this one. Yeah, let's see if it later on. I mean, it got up to 30. I'm just going to keep sticking these price alerts way up here. And the other one, the DWAC, again approaching 100 again. DWAC sitting around 98. See if it can crack 29 again. How's Sweetgrass? It's a steel play here. This MT is continuing down. MT. Okay, guys. Unfortunately, I'm just looking now at that SPY. Unfortunately, that green candle that was forming is now turned red. So our little bounce plays may be over for a while. Now, I can see from ZachScan that CPNG, it finally did bounce. The last alert was at 22.33, so had a nice bounce. Okay, just okay. That's a big red bar now starting to form. That might, if that takes out that low here, look out below for the SPY and for a lot of, especially for a lot of the bounces, they're going to be very, very short lived. However, Peabody doesn't care. Look at Peabody. Every single day, up, 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 up. Energy play, of course. How's that arch doing? Is it still hanging around that 150 mark? Yes. In the trade of the week. Sensational. Billy, from yesterday, earnings play. I know you shorted the heck out of this one, Zach. And it's continuing to move down. All right, SWBI. I haven't looked at that one. That was a potential short for us, of course. A little bit of a bounce, yeah. Good bounce, I guess, if you got it around 14. However, look at that red bar in the market. MT, guys, MT is just, I mean, it's a huge float. Big float, 604 million in the float. You look left, I mean, there's the next low looking left, 2730. This is out of the Netherlands, I believe. Oh, Luxembourg, sorry. Got to get my flags correct. Peabody, BTU. Yeah, so many places right. You just got to be, you know, you got to size correctly because it's still whippy. Everything is kind of whipping around a bit. But look at the market now, guys. Yikes. There's the low of that previous 15-minute candle. It's right there. Boy, take your pick. Billy or MT just keeps moving down. They just keep moving down. GPS. Well, I guess my premise was correct. I just didn't. It just went too quickly for me down. So, oh well. Now, if you are short this, maybe coming into a support area right here on that daily chart. 1371 and 1378 right here, these two lows right there. Takes that out. Then look out below. 1312 is your next low looking left. Are they? It's not open, is it? No, the index is not open. Interesting. Nothing on my 10-day daily breakdown. Nothing. Even though the market's doing this, nothing. Well, let's take a look at the breakouts. BCEL is a 10-day daily breakout. However, look at this over here. To me, it's just got too much resistance, not that far away. So I know it's showing up on the 10-day daily breakout, but now obviously Indo worked pretty well, 25.25. There was the alert here, but you know, not an easy trader is what I'm talking about right there. At 9:44, 25.25, got up to almost 30. But not an easy one to trade. Yeah, I mean, that is the short-lived bounce. I mean, it bounced, CPNG kind of bounced along with the market. And you can just sort of see, look at the green bar and the SPY. But now that the market is moving down, so is CPNG. Well, guys, there it is. There's Indo right back over 29. Wow. Can it break 30? Look, up front, I am trading this, but I'm just scalping in and out. That's why I have my price alert set, but I'm obviously having to pay really close attention to it. Whew. Well, guys, 31, why not? 31. Yeah, there's EWG again. I don't know if I'm going to do it again. EWG starting to sink again. Well, hopefully you didn't take too many shares, Vancha. I mean, that's why it gets nerve-wracking, you know, when you take too many shares. Well, if you want action, you know, this past 2 weeks, you've got a lot of action. All right, I'm going to tell you know what? You guys are talking about that PayPal so much, that 100. You know, I don't typically trade that price range, but the low is 94.50. That is the next low looking left. So you're right. I mean, it takes out, what did it do in the pre-market? Got down. So I'll stick an alert around 99.52, see if it takes that out. And who knows? Maybe I'll trade, maybe I'll short this one. How many shorts available? Yeah, tons, 33 million. Come on, take out 31 now. Wow. Yeah, 32. Well, the power of that low float, you know, when it works for you, it's awesome. When it works against you, it is devastating. So, whew, what a morning. Okay, 10:20. First of all, welcome to the room. If you are new to this room, welcome. This is the format Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen and live on the mic. I always start off with my home page because my home page has got a lot of great information on it. Your one-step shopping site and lots of information is there. Okay, so take a look at my home page. I'm going to click on the link. So when you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So we have a promo code which is still valid, test drive sale for 20% off the first month or the entire year. This promo code will be valid until 11:59 p.m. Monday. Okay, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time Monday night. Okay, give you an idea how much Trade Ideas costs. So this is without the discount, okay? So the premium plan, we've had quite a nice price reduction for the premium plan. It's $19.99. Standard, we had a price reduction also. Wow, look at the high-end deal. Oh my goodness. Okay, $9.99 and now $19.99. You can apply the 20% discount, so that'll bring that down to $1,600 and $800. Okay? And the big difference, just give me a moment here. So the big difference is the AI, okay? And I'll go over that in a little bit. Now, you don't have to take out an annual plan. In fact, please listen carefully. If you don't know for sure that you want this program, don't take out an annual plan because our refund policy, you have to check it out. It's not super friendly. So, you know, don't commit to an annual plan unless you know. This is what you can do though. You can go monthly, 118, 228, less the 20% for that first month. If you just maintain a monthly plan, this is what you'll pay going forward, all right? But if you decide at some point that you do want to upgrade to an annual, we'll honor the 20%. Okay? So You can try us out again for a month, get that 20% discount, and after that you may or may not know whether or not you want an annual. But you don't have to take an annual at any point. You want to make sure people understand, there's no rush to take an annual right now. You'll get the 20% off that first month. Try us out. Trade of the week. Sensational this week. Trade of the week was Arch. It's free service. Sign up for it right here. It gets sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. The trigger was 118. It's 150 right now. So now, are they all going to be like that? Of course not. But this week, man, what a great spot by Steve Gomez, who puts these together. Obviously, picked the right sector. Stock of the day video that I do at noon, free. Education, free. Now, of course, most of it is geared towards trade ideas. We have a great user guide. The user guide, you can see there are sections here. So if you want to learn more about the stock racing and all, I haven't talked about it yet, but the stock racing, please click on the link. All right, we've got some text and we've got 2 videos explaining what stock racing is all about. Okay? And of course, you want to learn about in more detail about alert windows and top list windows, and sound alerts, how to create them, etc. Watch lists, how to create your own symbol list, watch lists. We also have a fully searchable table of contents. So, if you're ever wondering about how to do something, go to the user guide first, and 9 times out of 10, you'll find the answer there. Now, what I would do, though, first is just take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. This is a sort of a quick overview of the basic features of trade ideas. Okay, what is a top list, build a top list, etc. Daily support sessions, excuse me. I take a break at around noon Eastern. And so one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I'm on my break. Today is Friday, so it should be Andy. And I'll confirm that before I take my break. I'll put the YouTube link in the room, the main room, if you want to head over there for the hour that Andy will be there. Also, every day, well, not every day, Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30 p.m., Chris Varley takes over the YouTube feed, and it's a great Q&A. Daily webinars, you can sign up for them all right here. And then again, if you're a new trader, a great little series put on by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas starts off with what is a stock. So all this is free. Now, what would you have to pay for my homepage? Obviously a subscription. And of course, if you want access to my scans, that's the scan section. So here are all of the scans that I am sharing. Okay? So, lots of information in these 2 sections. If you save my link, then you can look at this anytime you want. Okay, so let's take a look. Keep going here. So what is Trade Ideas? What we are is a scanner. Okay, we scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is or where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. So on my website or my homepage, I showed you that I'm sharing a lot of scans. But of course, if you want to create your own scans, you can do so. The good news, no programming language to learn. Keep an eye, I'm sorry guys, I might distracted a little bit here. Keep an eye on that Stella. Stella, S-T-L-A. Keep an eye on Stella. I mean, it's almost at an all-time low. So again, if you want to create your own scans, you can, but there is no programming language to learn. So for instance, here's an example of a scan. If I right click, configure, and summary, this tells me these filters are what I'm using in this scan. So if these filter requirements are met, stocks between 1 and 20, current volume is at least 8, means it's trading at least 8 times normal up to this point of the day, etc. You always start off with some filters. And in this case, if these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why I see these. Okay? This is just the reverse. If a stock makes a new low with other filters in place, I get a real-time alert. Okay? If I right-click on an alert window and configure and search, here are all of the alerts that we have. We have a lot of alerts. We have a lot of filters. If I keep scrolling down until I come to these icons, these are the filter icons. So do not get hung up on thinking, man, this is way too complicated. I cannot learn all those alerts and filters. You don't have to. Remember, we don't force you to learn a programming language. So what we had to do, of course, is create enough alerts and filters for the thousands of our customers, different trading styles, so they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for, okay? So don't get hung up on, you don't have to learn them all. Whew. This has been a whippy one, but BTU right back up, right back up. Of course, maybe moving with the market. I mean, it's counter to the market. Yeah, I mean, listen, the Indo has been a frantic trader, guys, but oh man. This is going to be interesting to see how where this is actually going to go. Zach, you're usually on top of the memers. Is this? I mean, it has to be. It just has to be a meme stock. Interesting, Alex. Yeah, I don't back test at all. Back testing requires a lot of time and effort, which I don't have. I have the effort, I don't have the time. But yeah, I mean, the back testing is one of our premium services. You need our premium subscription. So yeah, you can take a strategy, what you think might be a good strategy, and back test it just to see, okay, what if it took every trade over the last 90 days based on my strategy? What would have happened? Oh, I know, Christino. I mean, I know, but I mean, there's no reason that this is this high. All I'm saying, I mean, there's no reason this is this high in Dell. I mean, there's nothing. Sure, it's an energy play, but the reason it's this high because of the float and traders have got a hold of it. There's no fundamental reason. At least you could say the fundamentals from the oil companies that it makes sense. I don't even know if these guys make money. Probably not. Anyway, it's just a matter of following it. And if these groups, some of these groups in Reddit, they get a hold of it, they don't care. They don't care about anything. They just say buy, buy, buy. Whew. All right, guys. So nothing really shaking in the AI today, so nothing really to show you. If you want to follow the AI, though, you have our premium service. Just click on New, and then AI slash. Okay, I know what's happening. AI/Holly strategy trades window, okay? And what I've done is I've put it on the profitable ones to see if there's anything profitable. Right now there isn't. If I uncheck that, you know, there's only 2 trades, nothing's happening. In my opinion, I would just be watching the ones that are doing anything, kind of like any other watch list. You know, disregard the ones that aren't doing anything and just concentrate on the profitable ones. Right now there's nothing. There are only 2 trades today, or alerts today. Okay, just I want to talk a little bit about this big blue window that you see here called Brokerage Plus. This is what we call Brokerage Plus. I'll put a link in for Brokerage Plus. Okay, so the link I put in, the Brokerage Plus link I put in, is 2 videos. The first video, there's a short video. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it shows you how you can connect to your account, and then you can trade from within Trade Ideas if you want to do that. Once you've connected to your IB or E-Trade account, okay? That's what the short video shows you how to do. But listen carefully. If you don't have an IB, well, we don't scan for options, Michael. Question was, can you trade options in Brokers Plus? No, you can't trade options in Brokers Plus. Only stocks. So, but listen carefully. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean that you can't use Trade Ideas. Okay, it just means you can't use this feature. That's what it is. It's an option. It's a feature. I mean, I'm not trying to downplay it, but if you have IB or E-Trade, you don't have to use it. Okay, it's there. It's great if you want to use it. But if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, don't worry. We're a scanner first and foremost. Okay, that's what we do. So it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Now, this is, again, only available if you're using the app. If you are using our web-based version, Brokers Plus is not available. Okay? Now, the other main reason for using this is as a simulator. Okay? You know, I can't emphasize more. If you are new to trading, before you commit money to the market, practice, practice, practice. We've got a great simulator here. Doesn't matter who your broker is because it doesn't use your broker's data. It's using our real-time data. Okay? In fact, you don't even need a broker. If you're still undecided about who your broker is going to be, then, you know, all you need is our standard service, and then you can practice trading. And the reality is this, is that if you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to trade, you know, real money. Okay, you have to be able to make money in the simulator. Now, unfortunately, making money in a simulator does not absolutely translate to making money, you know, when you're trading real money. Okay? So please, please, please practice trading. Yeah, this is the main room, Ashok. I mean, Ashok is saying, we have a YouTube room. I'll moderate at the same time. Just not as active. There are way more traders here in what I call the main room. I'll actually put that link in. Those of you who are at YouTube and you want to have a little more interaction among traders, you can come into what I call the main room. This is what it looks like. Say, there's a lot more trade. Also, it's a lot easier for me to hand out links in the room. Handing out links in YouTube is a real pain. So it's a few more steps to get into the main room. But you know what? If you want to see what a lot of the other traders are doing, not just me, you know, come into the main room. Okay, so let's just show you how you can take a trade here. I mean, it's very, very simple. You just click on, in the simulator, you just click on an alert. You see how the symbol shows up. You'll pick how many shares you want to trade, the price you want to get in at. If you're going long, you buy it. If you want to short it, you sell it. So again, please, please, please practice trading. I'm actually going to try this one on a bounce, okay, in the simulator. Okay, it may be bouncing here. So let's take, we'll take 400 shares at the market. Again, I'm just showing you the mechanics of how to do this. Okay, so it took 400 shares at 15.12. Well, the benefit of the YouTube room, it's for people, I guess, who just want to hear me and see my screen, or just hear me, and they're not interested in interacting with traders that much. I mean, it's the same. I mean, it doesn't really take me any more time to, to moderate it. I mean, it's the same feed. They say, so I don't have two separate feeds and two separate mics or anything like that. So it's not that big a deal. It's just easier, people want the easy way to get into, follow me or follow a room. I guess it's easier. But yeah, if you want to get more action, you want to be in this room here. A lot more activity with the traders. So, moment. So I'm going to put a stop here on this trade, okay, at 1487. I'll explain why I'm doing that. I'm just going to briefly go over money management and all, okay, when you start out. And when we're going to see a red line, and it's going to say approximately minus 100. Okay, it says minus 98. So how did that happen? Okay, so when I take a trade, I have a checklist. Okay, that every box has to be checked before I take a trade. In other words, it's the kind of the corollary. I am looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. I want to be highly selective. So, unless I can check every box, I don't take a trade. It's that simple. Now, a lot of my boxes are already checked based on my scans. I don't have to, I know I'm going to have the minimum volume I need, or relative volume. It's going to be the price range. So a lot of the things that I look for are already covered in my scans. And then I'll click on the alert. If I like what I see in terms of looking left on a daily, a monthly, a weekly chart, I think a stock has room to run, either up or down, depending on what direction I'm looking at, then I'll take the trade. But guess what? Even if every box is checked, and even if it looks fantastic, great news, earnings, had great or other sorts of news, sometimes trades just don't work. The best setups still do not work sometimes. So I have a stop. I have a price I'm getting out of the trade. Now, how you're going to set your stop will be up to you, okay? I'm a little more of a visual person. If I've been truly in this trade, I look at a 2-minute chart here, or even a 5-minute chart, and there's it looks like there's support around 15. If it broke down through 15, I would want to be out of the trade. Now, I put the stop at 1487 just to make the math easy. Now, my recommendation, and I think Real will go along with this, is if you're able to check the boxes and you like what you see, you take the trade. A simple way to place a stop would be the low of the previous 5-minute candle. Okay, that is a very simple way to do it. It's a hard number. You don't have to kind of guess. Well, is this support or is this not support? The low of the previous 5-minute candle will be a defined number. So that will share size you. How? Well, the other thing is, If you agree with me, you should have a stop, where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. The next thing is, okay, how much are you going to actually risk on the trade if it doesn't work? In other words, how many dollars are you going to risk on the trade? So if you have a $5,000 account, I would hope you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I like to demonstrate risking $100 a trade. And the way I trade is I don't vary how much I'm risking trade by trade. In other words, I'm not risking 100 one trade, 500 the next, 1,000 the next, $50 the next. Okay, I am keeping my risk amount about the same every single trade. So in this simulator, I always like to demonstrate risking $100 a trade. That's why we see minus 98, approximately 100. And how did that happen? Well, that is going to share size you. Now, how's that going to share size you? Well, in this particular case, the entry I put was 15.12. I put my stop, which was 25 cents away at 14.87. Again, to make the math easy. So I would divide 25 cents into $100 and I get 400 shares. So, I mean, it seems like there's a lot to grasp here. And yes, you've got to practice. Okay, you've got to be able to practice all of these mechanics, just even the mechanics of placing a trade if you're starting out new. Now you can also use this Brokerage Plus window to practice swing trading. If I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, and by the way, these are hotkeys. If I want to get out of this trade right now, I just highlight it. If I had several trades here, I would just highlight the one I want to get out of, and I flatten the trade. Flatten gets me out. Or I could get out of half my position, or I could double my position. Or, of course, I could go down here and pick how many shares I wanted to trade out at a certain price. Okay? So, again, the simulator, practice using our simulator. It's funny, I'm not getting any of those, and it's probably outside the price range. Yeah, well, that's outside the price range, but yeah, awesome. What is Capri doing? Yeah, outside the price range, but awesome. And I bet you Skechers is way outside the price range. Not way out, but awesome. Yes. Now, what Real is talking about is the 10-day daily breakdown. Why are they not showing up here? The main reason is that I have, and this is just my personal preference, but my range is up to $35, 2 to 35. So you can see every one of them were above that. Why do I do that? It's just a personal preference. Probably more importantly though, is that current volume. See, is 8. Even if I had an expanded price range, something like Skechers would not show up because the current relative volume is only 3.25. So I've got some very, very, very tough filters in here. I'm not going to get very many alerts. Yesterday, though, we had about five or six. 4 of them were awesome. So I'm more about the quality of the alert. And this is not to denigrate Real at all versus the quantity. Now, one of the reasons why with these 10-day daily breakouts or daily breakdowns, why we get any at all, a lot of them are earnings plays. Okay, so what's going to happen is next week we only have a couple of hundred companies releasing earnings. This week we had 500, and it's going to dwindle from there. So what I may do in this one is I may start to reduce some of the values, in order to get some alerts. Okay, I may relax some of the filters to get some alerts. Right now I don't care because a lot of the things that I'm seeing were earnings plays, and I only want to look at about 6 or 7 stocks in that window anyway. But yeah, so you can take mine, as a template. And then you can, for instance, as I say, you want to expand that price range. You want to, reduce that current volume. I mean, that means this has to be trading 8 times normal up to this point of the day. You know, you want to reduce that to 3 or 2 or 1, whatever. You can do it. You know, what I forgot to do was to go over in our toolbar. You know, I talked about the scans that I'm sharing, but we also have this in this toolbar. Sorry, yeah, in our toolbar, click on New, and then Dock Channel Bar, and these are all theme-based channels. So these are all, let's click on the Momentum channel, right here. So this is a Momentum channel. So that if you saw something that you thought, man, that looks interesting, you just have to right click, configure, I'm on the Momo, and then you can see what it's looking for. And again, you don't like, you know, some of the values, or, you know, you can always make a change. Maybe you don't like the at price range. So 10 and 100, change it. If I click on the summary, see how it has changed. Maybe I want, you know, a different volume, you know, anything. Maybe once you get used to using trade ideas, you may see a filter that you'd really like to add or take one out. So at this point, two things. If you looked at this and you didn't want to make any changes, then you could save it to the cloud. Or if you make changes, you could save it to the cloud. Why am I saying that? Because the whole idea is that you can go to the different channels and start extracting scans that you think you might like to make part of your layout. You just extract them to the cloud, or save them to the cloud. The first step here is to duplicate into a free-floating window, so it's out of the channel. So here it is. It was on another monitor. Now I can save it to the cloud. Right-click. Save or share to cloud. You click save. I'm not going to, because it's there already. I've done this before. Okay, and then you go to another channel and maybe extract a scan, and another one, extract a scan, and just keep saving them to the cloud. And then all you have to do is file load from cloud and start picking the ones that you want. Load, pick another, load, and thereby creating a layout of your own without actually having to create any scan from scratch. Okay? Yeah, so we don't have that data point, so you can't do it. You can only use the data points that we have. So we don't have change in 2 days. Yeah, you could just, if you have a blank window, you just have your toolbar, and then you just keep loading. File load, file load, file load, amassing the scans, add some charts if you want, a single stock window if you want, and then save your layout. You know, file. You can do it 2 ways, file, save, or share to cloud. I would give it a name. You know, entire layout. You know, my first TI layout, whatever you want to call it, and save it. You can also, oops. You can also save it to your computer. File, save layout. And this will happen. You give it a name and save it. Okay. I usually save it both ways. But saving everything to the cloud is so important, because every individual scan that I have ever created, every layout that I've ever created, I've saved to the cloud. Why? Couple of reasons. Well, probably 3 main reasons. First of all, you can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. So, you know, obviously I'm operating on a desktop computer. I have a laptop. I have several tablets. Okay, I can have trade ideas on all those devices. I can only have trade ideas loaded 1 device at a time. But let's say I go to my laptop. All I have to do is download the program, and once I have the toolbar, then I just file load from cloud. So I don't have to create every single scan or layout from scratch on every device. I've saved it to the cloud. That's number 1. Number 2, and this should be an obvious one, if you just have, say I only have my one device that I'm using a trade ideas on, my desktop. If something happens to my desktop, it gets corrupted, whatever, I have to get a new one. Pain, but all I have to do is, again, load trade ideas or load the program and then load everything from the cloud. So you're not, you don't have the pain, you don't have the pain of having to recreate everything from scratch again. Yeah, so that is the AI, okay? That's the AI, which is doing nothing today. I'm going to get rid of the only two. So that is a suggested entry, and that is a suggested stop, okay? And then after that, the exit reasons, there are some algorithms that get hit, or if it actually hits the stop price, it'll take it out. Sometimes it'll do something, and I hate that it says profit save when it actually wasn't a profit. I wish they would get rid of it, of that designation. But basically, what you're talking about is the AI, which is not obviously having a great day today. That is part of our premium service. Okay, guys, just give me a moment. I'm just going to switch headsets. There we go. Okay, so Smithy. No, you don't need our premium service to trade through Interactive Brokers, okay? You only need our premium service if A, you want to have access to the AI, okay? Or if you wanted to auto trade anything, which, I'm really, I'm not a favor of, okay? I'm not a fan of auto trading at all, okay? So if you wanted to auto trade, say you wanted to create your own strategy, you wanted to auto trade it, you'd need our premium service. Okay? Otherwise, just like what I did here, I did a manual, this is in the simulator, but I did a manual trade. I never auto trade. I will always, I'll never, I don't care. I know Michael Noss has been trying to convince me for years, but you know what? I will always click on an alert. I get an alert, I want to see what it looks like. It takes me a few seconds. I can size it up if I want to take the trade. I'm not hung up on the fact that, well, I get an alert at 1965 and now it's at 1970. I've missed the trade. No, everything I do, I'm not looking to make 5 cents, 6 cents, okay? So I don't get hung up on that at all. So, and believe me, if I thought auto trading was the way to go, I'd be doing it. It's that simple. Now we have so many questions from new traders, new people, what they want to do, and I understand. They want to turn the AI on, Holly on in the morning, auto trade it all day, and count their money at the end of the day. I'm sorry, but it's not going to work. Some days, yeah, maybe some days, but overall, I use the AI like a watch list, and actually, you're going to see, I'm only going to, well, I used to show them all, but I'm only going to show the ones that are in a profitable position, and those are the ones that I want to concentrate on all day. This is not cherry picking, okay? It would be cherry picking if I were auto trading. But if you're using like a watch list, I would just click on the profitable filter or the filter and then click on profitable and just follow those all day. You know, today, you know, you wouldn't have a trade yet. Whoa, yeah, boy, you've been all over that UPST, Zach, for a while now. Wow. Okay, what is the market? Oh, okay, the market is still drifting down, just drifting down a little bit here. Let's take a look at the sectors now. I'm sure there's not going to be a huge difference in terms of the only one that might be a little bit different maybe is energy, but let's take a look. Yeah, so energy is starting to fall a little bit. The last time we looked, it was about 90%. So 90% were above yesterday's close, but everything else is still in the tank. I mean, technology, communications, banks, financials. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, so PayPal, I see just took out 99 or 100. Ah, AI. Whew. This was another big downgrade by I think it was Deutsche Bank. accelerating the move down now. All right, what time is it? It is now, actually, it's only 11 o'clock. I thought it was about 11:30. All right, this could be round 10 for Indo, INDO. Back over 30. I am surprised I'm not getting one in the 10-day daily breakdown with what the market's doing, but yeah, it's just the filters aren't being met. Yeah, I mean this is actually a 10-day daily breakout. Yeah, I mean at 10 on the excuse me, on the long side here. So there was the alert at 210, 246 now. Wow, it's a great alert, and it's actually an earnings play. I did see this. Actually, I'm wrong. I did not see this in the pre-market. There was no action. Zero. I did not see BCL. Where I did see it was in my earnings layout scan, but it wasn't moving at all. So I thought, okay, forget about it. But wow, I mean, this has been a great 26 million in the float, so it's not a crazy high. And Stifel maintains. No, they lower their price target to 14. I don't know what they had it before. Oh, BTU. Oh man. Been a little choppy, but wow. No, it's testing 25. So, again, if you're going to intraday trade something like this, I mean, you've got to have a pretty wide stop because it's so whippy. And, so consequently, you cannot take as many shares. But, I mean, if it moves $2 or $3, it doesn't matter. Well, meanwhile, BCEL just ripping here. So, I mean, there looks like there's got to be resistance around that 3 level, okay? It's got to be. But what a move for it. 53%. Wow, Beyond Meat. Beyond Meat, almost a lifetime low, guys. So you want a definition of an alpha stock? This is it. Print this chart out, guys. Print out this 15-minute chart, even a 5-minute chart. That's an alpha stock. It doesn't care what the market's doing. It has news on its own. All right, it's an earnings play. Now, whether this move is warranted, it doesn't matter. The market is the market is what the market is. I mean, this is what's happening. But look, all I'm trying to say though is that this has had not one downturn, and look what the market's doing. So this is your alpha stock, certainly on the upside for the day. I mean, I'm sure there are others that maybe look like this, but I mean, this is just a great, great alpha stock, and it is shortable. Okay, so it is shortable, but 1 million shares at IB. People want real meat, maybe. There's real Skechers, continues to move down, SKX. Well, I refuse to believe this is going through 3. Okay, I'm just looking at all this resistance up here in that daily chart for BCEL. Yeah, so on days in which I'm not getting anything on the daily breakdown, I can start looking at the basic new lows. Okay, and as somebody pointed out, well, it's sort of in free fall. Now, this was the area. Yeah, so 565, so it's right at the low. Yeah, so the next low looking left is just 485, guys, so that has some room, SGLY, if it wants to keep moving down. Problem is, it's not, oh, it used to be, I think it used to be, but it's not shortable for me anymore, Interactive Brokers. All right, so QFIN, guys, look at QFIN. A little move down here out of a little bit of consolidation on the 15-minute chart for a QFIN. That's not an all-time low, but it's a 3-month low. And looking left, I mean, it's got some room down to that 1150 mark. Are you kidding me? I mean, there might be a low here, but boy, this is another one that's just being, just getting clobbered. Not so much today, but just overall. All these stocks at, $42.17 now. Okay, uranium ETF, it tried to bounce over that 200-day moving average, but did not do it, and now moving down. Yeah, so the question is, can you use Brokerage Plus with Interactive Brokers? Yes, there are only 2 brokers it works with, E-Trade and Interactive Brokers. So the answer is yes. The PBF is on Zach's topping tail play, but it's an energy play. It's rather it was in another sector. I mean, it doesn't mean it won't drop, but You know, I mean, this is the strongest sector, obviously, of the day still. Again, it doesn't mean it won't drop, but I'd rather it be in another sector. Well, Stella, STLA, almost an all-time low. I mean, I'm in the simulator, just showing you, you know, how you can do things in the simulator. Now, see, at this point, one thing I should point out is that when I have a stop, if I don't like the way something is trading, I can always get out before my stop. Okay, my stop is the absolute worst I want to do in the trade. But if I start looking and I think, you know what, I don't really want to be in this one anymore. It's starting to drift down. The market is drifting down. You know, I can always exit earlier. Well, guys, QFIN moving down. Oh my goodness! Look at your. What I always like to say. Look at your Billy, Zach. Not quite an all-time low. Only 10% above. Yeah, take your pick. I mean, take your pick is right. I mean, look at the QFIN. I mean, it takes out 17. Like the next low, I think, was 16. So, no, lost sight of this one, BCEL. So that was a nice short, actually, up at that 270 mark. I said I refused to believe it was going to take out 3. I was hoping it would get a little closer. Oh, I freely admit, guys, that I kind of scalped around this at BTU. You know, I had too many shares. You know, I was just talking about that. I had too many shares, so you know, I had it's sort of a tight stop. And this is an example of taking fewer shares with a wider stop. You make more money, if that makes sense, because you can stay in the trade longer. And so if it puts on $1 or $2 move, you know, you're probably going to make more money. And yes, I'm doing trading on my own. Indo, now I've got to put an alert at the high. I still have an alert at the high of the day. See if it takes that out later on. Well, all the airlines. I mean, we saw American Airlines early, AAL. I mean, it probably looks virtually the same. And you know, you could have just taken jets. Not anymore. I'm not in Indo anymore. No, I'm waiting to see if it takes out the high of the day later on. I know it sounds crazy. And this is not a recommendation to do the same thing I'm going to do, but it's the mentality of traders. It takes out the high. It obviously has no resistance. It's an all-time high, so who knows where it could go. All right, we finally have one on the 10-day daily breakdown. Now let's see what it looks like. AVAH. Oh, I know why. You see, so you might wonder, well, why did it take so long to alert? The volume certainly was fine. The relative volume was certainly fine. But on these cheaper ones, this is what can happen. And let me explain. It has to be also 40 cents below the open. Okay? I mean, again, these are tough filters that have to be met. So on a cheaper one, so 465 or so, I guess was the in that area. So now it's at 425. So that now making a new low, and now 40 cents below the open. Let me make sure I know what I'm talking about. Oh my goodness, Indo. Just give me a moment. Yeah, so it's got to be down at least 40 cents from the open. So, some of these cheaper ones, sometimes they gap down 40 cents immediately. But in a case like the AVAH, it's been a steady move down. Sure, would I like to have seen it here? Of course. That means I'm going to have to relax my filter to maybe make it 20 cents below the open. I may introduce a lot of other stocks, though, that I don't necessarily want to see. So there's always a trade-off. We get a question many times. How would I construct an alert to see this stock? Or how come my scan didn't show this stock? I can probably create a scan to show anything you want. The problem is that for everyone that keeps moving down like this, maybe it pauses and it shoots higher. And you're inundated with alerts, and it's hard to, pick the right one. Hey, give me a moment, guys. I'm just looking at some emails. So, sorry. Consequently, even, I don't love this one because right now we're chasing it on a short, okay? We're chasing it. Now, had I got this alert and it was basing at 424 for a while, a few 15-minute candles, and then it made another leg down, that would get me interested. But right now, one of my checklists, am I going to take something that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 15-minute candle, 8 15-minute candles straight down? No. So even though I love the fact that it's an all-time low, I just can't take the trade. QFin, take out 17. See, I mean, look at the difference. You know, we had a big base here for QFin and then a drop. So for instance, if something like that happened with the AVAH, you know, for a while, a nice base for a while, and then a drop, then I'd get interested in taking it. I just can't take something that looks like this, even though it may keep going down. Now the other favorite scan I've got is this one. The gap continuation or reverse, okay? This is a favorite scan that I've got. It has it's a multi-strategy window. It's got 4 strategies in it. It's got 4 scans in it. If I right click and hover over the strategies, you can see what they are. All these are alert windows. They're just alert windows that I put into a multi-strategy window. Typically, people use multi-strategy windows if they've got screen space issues. You know, you don't have a lot of screen space. So you can put a lot of alert windows into a multi-strategy window. There's really no limit. But sometimes what I'll do, I don't have screen space is not an issue for me. But what I will do sometimes is take similar scans and put them into a multi-strategy window. So again, right click, hover over strategies, and this is what it's looking at. And I'm sharing this, okay? So the gap up and go, not too many today. So a gap up and go means the stock gapped up and it kept going. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to go forever. It just means at the time, you know, the filter values were met and the stock had gapped up and it was making a new high. Gap down in reverse. Now, this was a spectacular one last week when we had the big gap down day, and then the market reversed in a huge way. In other words, the market reversed, and then so many stocks had gapped down and reversed. Again, not a big day today. And then the gap up and reverse. You know, you could see some today, probably, but it's not like we had a big market gap up. But again, this would be a stock that gapped up and then is reversing. And then the gap down and go means the stock gap down and then it kept going down. Okay, so like the CCJ we see right here. Again, does it mean it's going to keep going down forever? Of course not. Or in the same direction? Of course not. So for instance, here's a gap up and reverse. You see how the stock gapped up and now it's reversing. And again, another scan that I'm sharing. All right, guys, it is now almost 11:30. I just want to confirm that it's going to be Andy in our YouTube room when I do take my break. All right, Goldfields, GFI, gold. Of course, I should have also mentioned, energy, obviously, and also the gold play or the precious metal plays. I think I had some, this one up here, SBSW. The alert was at 1965. Not bad. It's hard now, my watch, because the market is, well, especially yesterday. I mean, we had a lot of whippage in the market. We had certain times where the market was up, then it dropped, then it started moving up, then it dropped. It gets you whipped out of trades very easily. That's why when you see a BCEL, though I guess that would have been an awesome short. I just forgot about it. So much going on. I was actually hoping, as I said earlier, maybe it would get closer and closer to 3. It just didn't do it. Right, QFIN. Now the next level was 16. It's not going to get there, but well, on the weekly and the monthly chart, the next low is 16 for QFIN. Meanwhile, Unilever, another one on the way down. So many. On the way up, let's take a look at one. CSX. This is on the way up. Railroad. A lot of resistance right around that 37.60 mark, so it's still got about $1 before it hits all that resistance. You two green trades. All right, guys, I did it. I took a short in the PayPal. 100 is my stop. So I took a short in the PayPal. See, I haven't done one of these in a long time. Anything over $30. So just wanted to see how well it was holding underneath that 100. But 100 gets me out. I won't even blink. Or earlier. But 100 is my absolute stop. Yeah, well, I said I might. Earlier, I said I might. $99.25. Well, and again, the reason I did it, of course, the 100 break for sure, but also 94.50 is the next low looking left. So it's got some room. It does have some room, but we'll see. I've got my stop, and it's not going to kill me one way or the other. All right, guys. I am not seeing too many other alerts. I'm still in the QFIN. I'm just kind of waiting on that one to see if it has any more. Of course, I'm in the PayPal. Just wanted to see. Come on, collapse. Do something. Move a dollar. Either up or down. Just get me out of the trade. Not that a dollar down is going to get me out of the trade, but you guys keep talking about how these more expensive ones have, they'll move dollars. Well, come on. I know it's moved too, but that's not that much. I'm talking PayPal, Zach, PYPL. Okay, so what's happening right now in the market is we've got a little bit of a base going on here, okay? So market direction at this point is unknown, whether we're going to have a bit of a little mini rally or are we going to continue down. So got a bit of a base going. Take a look at the SPY. Right here, it's kind of not doing too much. Meanwhile, the European financial sector index, again getting clobbered. So if you didn't want to maybe short Deutsche Bank or HSBC or pick a European bank, this is what you would do, I guess. UBS. Boy, these banks, I mean, they've just been so hit hard. All right, come on, a little move now, finally for PayPal. Well, look at wheat. Wheat is just getting trashed now. How is the trade of the week? It's still hanging around that 150 mark. Okay, so a bit of a drop here, not huge. So again, how you're going to trade this, obviously up to you. I did not take this. I don't typically take the trades of the week because they're more longer term trades. Obviously, I wish I'd taken this one at the 118. Really no selling pressure. I mean, it hit 139 and it closed at 136, so that's not like huge selling pressure. Yesterday, 153 closed at 149, not huge. Today might be the day though. Not loving the PayPal. It's just, I thought it'd be a lot more dynamic. I'm taking, what time is it now? 11:39. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's not. I would have thought by now, taking out 100, it'd be down the 90. I mean, it got down to what, 90? I mean, you guys are up here probably shorting it from this area. Maybe, I don't know. My main deal is that I'm going to be taking my break soon, so. So Martin, you'd have to consult, go to IB's website, okay? And on IB's website, or just do a search on countries, like Interactive Brokers countries, something like that, which because they are international. Now, whether or not they're in the Slovak Republic, I don't know. I don't know. You can do a Google search though easily, and it'll tell you. IB is in many, many, many countries around the world. I don't know whether it's in the Slovak Republic. There you go. I'm assuming that's Slovakia. Okay, pardon my ignorance if that's not the same, but I just did a search and it says Interactive Brokers is the best international online brokers in Slovakia. Oh, they're international, absolutely. Okay, so this is what I'm seeing. Okay. Yeah, IB is available in many, many, many countries around the world. One of the few brokers like that. That's why, I'm in Canada and they're available in Canada. Yeah, sorry, off topic. Sorry. Yeah, everything now off topic in terms of where IB and etc. is available. Okay, guys. So yeah, I did confirm it'll be Andy in our YouTube room in about 15 minutes while I take my break. I may have to get out of the PayPal trade because I do want to take a break. I'm gonna give it a little more time. Bottoming tails here, though. I mean, what do they mean? Buyers, sellers tried. So we'll just have to see. Okay, I got a little hungry kitty in the background. Just a minute. All right, guys. Okay, about 15 minutes for my break. Gap down and reverse. SB, SWBI. So a little gap down and maybe a little reversal for SPWI. I don't know how dynamic that's going to be. Look, if the market can kind of, we're starting to put in a little, couple of green candles now. So these reversal plays may start to work. But remember, this is an earnings play. So I mean, this is the reason it's down. It's not down because of the overall market conditions. So you always have to take that into consideration. All right, I'm sorry I had to get out of the PayPal trade, okay? Just because I'm taking my break. It's getting close to 100 anyway, so. Ah, okay. I didn't do anything, but the screen sharing went. So it should be back now, but I didn't do anything. So is the screen sharing back, guys? Okay, thanks. Yeah, I didn't do, hopefully we're not going to have these little difficulties. Every now and then, this is a third-party program. Every now and then, something stops working. But that's why we have a YouTube backup also, okay? Just in case something happens in the main room. The purpose of the room, we talk about, I'm not trying to be flippant, but I mean, we talk about trade ideas, okay? Not necessarily the program itself, but we're throwing out ideas to trade. That's the purpose. The purpose of the room is not for me to tell you what to buy or sell. The other purpose is that, if you're by the way, welcome if you just joined. Welcome to Trade Ideas. I'm sharing a lot of scans you might want to take a look at. You go to my home page. But it's an active trading room, so it's not just about, again, it's not just about my telling you what to buy or sell. A lot of great traders in the room. If you go to the stocks only, you're in the off topic tab, which is great. That's where you should be. But if you want to follow in the stocks only, we're going to have people are going to be suggesting things. If it makes sense to you, if you have a trading plan, and it makes sense to you, then you can take the trade. But you can also go click on my home page and that link that I put in there. Click on the link And here are the scans that I'm sharing. Go to the scan section. So here are some scans that I'm sharing, okay? So that could get you started. I mean, I don't know if you have any scans of your own, but you can also ask me questions over the course of the day. All right, guys. Well, we've got maybe 45 minutes, another 11 minutes for that candle to close. So maybe if that can remain green, we'll have a 45 minutes of a bit of a market lift. Do you lose the room again? Is the room still up and running? See this right there, as long as it's not grayed out, you guys should see my screen. Now the other thing, Simba. Oh, I don't know if there's a book of list of trading plans, Rev. I really don't know if there's a book like that. I mean, a lot of the trading plan is this. Have a stop. Money management. Know where you're getting into it, right? Have a checklist, of why, all sorts of reasons not to take a trade, and so unless you can check every box, you don't take the trade. Step one. Step two, where's your stop? How are you going to put a stop if the trade doesn't work? Are you going to use the low of the previous 5-minute candle? Are you going to use a moving average? Are you going to size up where you think there might be some support on the chart? Okay, that's number two. Number three, when you know where you get in and when you know where your stop is, that'll share size you. How much you're going to risk per trade. Your account size will dictate that. So if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So that's all trade, that's really trade management. The other thing, Simba, if you're brand new, I really recommend if you click on my homepage link, I really recommend you take a look at the education section, okay? Now, if you click on the user guide, now this is a very comprehensive user guide, but it is broken down into sections, okay? So alert windows, top list windows. This is very comprehensive in here, and the stock racing, which you may or may not have heard about. But this is very comprehensive in here. Also have the full table of contents, which is usually I'll see the list here, which is searchable. But the other thing you might want to do, instead of going into this amount of detail, is just take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. And this is a very quick overview of what is a top list, build a top list, alert windows, etc. You want to really dive into it, you can go into the user guide, but I would probably start here just to get acclimatized to what Trade Ideas can do. All the basic features. It's a software program, so there is a learning curve. Okay, so Trade Ideas is a standalone scanner, Dukester. Okay, it is a standalone scanner. That's what we do. So it doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world. That's my little spiel earlier. You can use Trade Ideas. Now, we do have a way in which you can trade from within Trade Ideas if you have an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account. And this window you can use actually to trade. You connect to either IB or E-Trade, and then you can actually trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? As long as you have one of those two accounts. But first and foremost, we're a scanner. We are a scanner. That's what we do. That's what we're known for. So again, it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. It's just that we have this little special window, it's a feature or option that if you have an IB or E-Trade account, you can use it to trade. Even if you have an IB or E-Trade account, you don't have to use it. but it's there if you want. So this is an example, but you can also use this as a simulator, okay? And it uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use this to practice trading. That's what I've done here. Was showing people how to take a trade with a stop. So you can practice trading. You can practice swing trading, because if I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, assuming it doesn't hit my stop, then it'll carry forward to Monday. You too, Pavlin. Have a great weekend. Yeah, all my alerts have just completely dried up. Well, guys, it's been a heck of about a three to 4 week run during earnings season. That's all going to come to a mini end next week. We have a couple of hundred companies releasing earnings, and then after that, it'll be hardly any until next earnings season starts. On mid-April. Mid-April is when next earnings season will start. So not that long, about a little over a month, maybe 6 weeks from now. Yeah, GME is sometime in March. GME is March 23rd. Another China stock, all-time low, guys. BZ, 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 all-time low. Another China stock. I'd really be looking at this one, but I'm taking my break. But look at the nice base, 5-minute chart, nice base. Okay, and then a breakdown through that whole number. Reminds me a little bit of the QFIN. Yeah, I saw that C earlier. Well, we talked about that one early. A $300 stock, $100 now. And many tech stocks look like this. It's just been killed. Stella, STLA. I keep waiting to see if I can take out this, the low over here, which would make it an all-time low. 1488. I have my alert set there. Yeah. No, it's not going to work. Just give me a moment here. I think I have my alert set there. Well, if I don't, 1480. That'll probably get me into this trade. There's nothing holding it up. This will be an all-time low. Okay, well that is not a green candle right now. That's a red candle. Another minute and a half, or a little under 2 minutes before that one will close. So this has been a short-lived little rally of 30 minutes. Well, guys, I hope when I come back from my break that PayPal is down at $90 for you guys. So I'm still in the Q-fin. That's the only one I'm in right now. Still in the Q-fin. And itching. So maybe get into that Stella if it takes out that low. The BZ though, I mean, this is, I just can't do it. I'm in it. I'm going to be on my break. The Q-fin I can manage while I'm on my break, but I don't want to take a new trade. But look at that break, guys. And look at that consolidation on the 5 minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 35 minutes, and then boom. Zach is long METC. What the heck is that one? Ah, you're long on a bounce. You're right. It is. It's on. You're right. You're absolutely right. I'm going to look at this. I love that scan later on in the afternoon.
Hello, traders. Let me know when you can hear me. Testing 1 2, testing 1 2 3. Hello, traders. Let me see here. Testing, testing. Oh, there we are. Okay, all good. I was a little worried there. Hi, Brian. Hello. Good morning for me. Good afternoon for you, probably. All right. Looks like I am all good. Welcome to the Friday edition of the support webinar. My name is Andy, and welcome to my desktop. If any of you guys need help with anything, hi Iris, how are you doing? Let me know. If any type of configuration you're working on, any questions you have on the software, just be sure to, this is your best place to ask those questions, and I will tackle it the best I can. Hey JP, how are you? All right. Usually by Friday comes rolling around, most of your questions have been answered. Test drive is now over. It was a good one, and crazy market. It's to be in such an ugly market. I've never seen so much opportunity. How to make money in this wild market, mad market. Yeah, you know what? I think there's been a lot of opportunity out there. I've actually had a couple of us have had a really great week. It's been, I mean, obviously, if you're trying to play any of the tech stocks, I mean, they just look horrible. As a matter of fact, I can't remember the last time I did it, but I bought Walmart earlier. around 139.77. I mean, this thing was poking, what you call relative strength. Market is selling off, but you had this stock, that's the kind of stuff, you want to look for. Ag stocks, oil stocks. I've been sitting in rig for a while. And I tweeted it this morning right before it broke out of the 380 range. I was hoping it would catch that fast line. I did scalp most of it, or half of it, I should say. But I think a lot of times, Iris, it's just, scans are great and they help. You can definitely, build scans to find, the opportunity. But a lot of it is just, learning how to trade. I mean, it takes time. I mean, it's not something that just you wake up one morning and, start firing away. Yes, the test worked there. Barry, I assume that's you. One of my biggest position, and one that I still may be some opportunity left on there. I'm really loving this GSM. I bought it yesterday around 880. I actually added to it today around that same price on a pullback right in here. And I'm just loving this setup right here. I mean, you talk about relative strength. The market has been getting hit the last couple of days, and this thing is inching higher. And what I really like when I see setups like this, I like to look left. Look left and see where your next level of resistance is. And I am expecting this one probably to go to $10. Of course, expecting it and then, putting money on it and holding it all the way to that level is a total two different things. But I'm really liking the way this one is setting up. I got this one off the pre-market scans yesterday morning. Sit through a little pain right there, but it never went to lows, so I didn't get out and held on to it. But yeah, that wasn't fun. All right, JP, let's see. What are good ideas to create multi-strategy windows? Is it just a catch-all, or should you combine pullbacks or bullish patterns, similar strategies in the same multi-window? That's all subjective, JP. The only multi-strategy window that I have with more than two strategies is my Extreme Master Blaster, and I like to kind of categorize stuff. I like to keep the window with the same types of strategies in it. There's a rig pullback, more than I wanted there, but hopefully it's going to hold this high going back over there. We'll see. I like to keep them within the same theme. In other words, I don't like to combine like a new high with a pullback. It gets too confusing, too convoluted. Like in this one right here, all my strategies are basically, extreme volume, and they all have to be hitting a new high. So I have 5 strategies in here, but I know they're all the same kind of theses, right? They're breaking out of a range, they're doing huge volume, and they're hitting or same theme, I should say, hitting a new high as well. And it has to be hitting a multi-day high, like a 10-day high. So, but like I said, it's subjective. If you want to intermingle pullback alerts with new high alerts, I'll share it with you. And also remember, guys, we have, I'll share this one, but if you, in the main toolbar, not the docking channel toolbar, but the main toolbar, that if you launch from new and you just go to channel bar, you will find something in here with a little key called the Traders Vault, and it's going to have tons of our favorite strategies in there, our windows, so that you can have access to. But I'll definitely share this one for you, make it easier for you so you don't have to change your layout there. Extreme Master Blaster multi-strategy. Yeah, this one right here, if you like trading momentum, you're not going to miss anything except stocks that are not breaking out of a 10-day high. And a lot of people don't like that, and I understand. Me personally, it keeps me out of a lot of bad trades because, you get these spurts of volume that come through. The symbols will come through, and you look over there, and they're just right in the middle of no man's land on a daily chart. All right, extreme. I'll just say MB for Master Blaster. There you go. And hey, Mike, how are you, buddy? How are things going? But there's, and here's another thing. Be careful how many, a lot of people will have like 20 strategies in one window. You got to be really careful, because what happens is when you're running, especially if they're very active windows, what you do is it creates a bottleneck. It creates a bottleneck of data trying to come through in the morning, and it can only press through so many, alerts through a certain time frame. So be careful. I like to keep it, pretty simple. I mean, these are not, it's not too bad, because you have to be hitting, like I said, a 10-day high. I have to be doing huge volume. So this one doesn't get bottlenecked. But I've seen people that come and say, man, this thing is not getting the early alerts, and it's because they're trying to run way too many strategies in one window, and they're just a bottleneck of data in the first 15, 20 minutes. Okay, good question. He says, JP says, if a symbol shows up in Master Blaster, would you take the trade immediately or wait for a small pullback? Very good question. Well, let's take a look at some of the ones this morning. And market is getting a bounce here. Trying to pop out of a range. Let's take a look at some of the ones, from this morning. And I'm always careful. I'm kind of like Barry. I don't like jumping in the first, 15 minutes of the day. So let's just kind of scroll up here to see what maybe was coming through, Now, this one, I'm a type of guy too. When something gets way ahead of itself, I'm not going to chase. This thing has gone from, 23 to 28 in a matter of a week. Yeah, I'm always careful of chasing momentum like that on gap up, and these are kind of commodity driven stocks. You're going to find a lot of those in here today. But well, here's a good example. If I see EC coming through here, 15 minutes into the bell, okay, first thing I'm doing is I'm noticing this red line. That's called our resistance line, and it'll show you the next line of resistance. Okay, so if I scroll back here, it's showing you going back, all the way 2 years ago. It's showing you a level of resistance there. And look what happened with this stock. Ran right into that, and now it backed off. This one is, that's a copper fund. Yeah, I'm not liking those gaps. A lot of these are going to be commodity plays. And kind of extended. So, I mean, honestly, today is not one of those days because I knew a lot of the oil stocks and the agriculture stocks were going to be kind of extended and still moving. Couldn't be great for momentum, but these are something, if I do, I rarely play them, but if I do, I'm getting out quick. I'm hoping to find some regular stuff in here. It just seems like it's all oil and ag. Look at that stuff. Indo. Now this one is just a very low float. Look at that, 1.58 million on the float. Look at this market. I may have to, let me see how much ESM's trying to break out this high yet. I got a pretty good position, but I'm going to be tempted to add more if it gets through there. All right, let's get back to there. Okay, this was one in the morning that, if you're looking left and you're seeing the new high go off and you're thinking, wow, there's the resistance line. Let's go back. And it looks like it goes back a long ways. I'd have to put on a weekly chart, but I'm not going to. There's resistance there. But what happened this morning is it kind of got up to it in the first 45 minutes of the day, about 10 cents below it. And then what happens is it popped through. Okay. So this is one I would definitely consider taking. I don't know if this was it's an earnings play. Okay. Look at the relative volume. I'm just kind of showing you things that I would look at when I'm looking at potentially buying some of these momentum plays. All right, let me circle stuff. Okay, I'm going to be looking at relative volume. Okay, make sure it's doing enough to where you can get that nice momentum thrust behind it, and that that can be once again subjective as well. But 5 relative volume, that's 5 times normal volume. So that's definitely strong enough for me. Okay, you got it breaking through. Okay, it's an earnings play. Okay, so there's news behind it. It's breaking through its resistance line right here. And then, it went sideways and then had another push, so some really good momentum there. And still, there's your 10-period moving average. There's a lot you can say about this chart, especially, I don't like chasing too many gaps, but if it's earnings play and the volume's there and it's a technical breakout, those are all stars lining up that I like, really well. That's the reason I got in this GSM. Okay, this GSM was coming through yesterday. Hold on. And I waited. I didn't chase this bar, and I probably bought it a little bit too soon. I set through some pain, but still, I liked what I was seeing here. If I pull back, okay, it was kind of breaking through an all-important level right here, and then I had all this space right here. Okay, so I am anticipating, like I said, this thing going to $10. Now, I don't know if it probably won't do it today, but maybe I have to wait for for Monday. But still, a lot of good things about this. The relative volume, not as much it was yesterday, but still, some nice relative volume there behind it, and relative strength. We'll have to see what happens, but I like my odds in something like that. So JP, I think it's more, looking at the daily charts. So many people get focused on the short time frame, especially like the 1 or 2 minutes or 5 minutes. Even if you're a day trader, the daily chart's going to show you the true picture of where a stock may be going. Let's see. It looks like you're dropping some more questions in here. Let me see. Yeah, it's when to pull the trigger is not easy. That's why don't too many people get in a hurry in the early going of the morning. Now it's okay to do your homework. You can catch a lot of things by doing your homework. Rig is one that I've been in for about 3 days. But I just like the way it was setting up. Now, like I said, I'm more of a swing trader. I don't day trade. I'll do a little bit, but not as much as I used to. But doing your homework, and I tweeted this morning, right at the open. Keep an eye on this one. It's definitely an energy play that's been lagging the rest of the sector, and I'm actually tempted to. I sold some this morning at 402, but I'm tempted to buy some more back here if this thing sets up. Energy's still strong. So anyway, to get back to your question, excuse me, let me get some water real quick. To get back to your question, that just comes with practice, JP. It really does. A lot of practice on when to enter, when to buy options. Because sometimes you think you're going to wait for a pullback, like this rig this morning. This is one that if I'm watching the daily chart and everything is lining up and I like everything about it. Now I was already in this. I'm actually mad that I didn't buy more, but a couple of days it kind of head faked me a little bit and sold off in the morning. But yeah, this is one that, I would probably jump in pretty quick because everything was lining up. You had a 2-day high there. The market, the stock closed on highs or near highs in 2 days in a row, and just everything's lining up. So if I got something like that, I'm not going to wait for a pullback, because look what happened. You had, 3 moves in a row. Your pullback is now, really. But that comes with practice. You know what? I haven't been doing a whole lot of bottom fishing lately. When the market gets in, I would rather bottom fish when the market is strong. I will. Uh, I shouldn't say strong. I should say if there's a technical reason, like I did really well the other day on buying some of these ones on the gap down. Let me try to find an example. Facebook. I bought on this day right here just because I was kind of anticipating these things that had been crushed. They had a huge gap down, and people, I just feel like there would be some short covering, and that was kind of a gut feeling. I did buy at 195. I'm out of it now. I scalped out half on day 2, and then I got stopped out on this day right here yesterday. But yeah, I haven't been doing a whole lot of bottom fishing lately. The market's been, just it's looking ugly. I mean, your cues are just they're not at a level, where I feel that's just an ugly looking chart there. Now, that doesn't mean you can't keep your eye on some of these stocks, and look for areas to try to maybe, pick a support level. It's kind of what I was doing on, PayPal. I also bought this on that day. It was the 100 is key level. You can see it right now, trying to hold this 100 level again. Those are psychological levels where you might get some short covering, or you might get some new buying interest coming in. 100 is definitely a key level there.
KTOS.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's just when you're wrong, you got to get out quick. We are in a downtrend. Okay, and there's nothing wrong with trying to pick support levels to buy a stock. The only thing you have to remember is the stock is in a very vicious and ugly downtrend, and if you're wrong, you got to admit it and get out. Okay, it's too easy to. I shouldn't say too easy, but it's human nature sometimes when you do that to try to be convinced that you're right, and like, oh, it's just going to pull back a little more. It's okay. I can sit through this, and next thing you know, you're like, well, I'm gonna average in, and it's just it's a mess. That's one reason I think I bottom fish. I'm a good bottom fisher. Is if I'm wrong, I get out quick. I don't wait around. That's the whole key. All right, let me see what else we got in here. Daily, you see, as the market opens, or pre-market indication. I'm not sure what you mean by that, JP. Daily. When I say daily chart, I'm always looking. I'm always looking at the daily charts. I spend. Intraday can be good for like entries. If you're looking for maybe if you're looking at a daily here, let's say you like this PayPal, it's pulling back to 100, and you think it's going to hold this 100 again, even though it's below all its moving averages. I'm okay with people that may be trying to play a bounce. It's been trading sideways here for basically an hour and a half, and then you had a bar reversal. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So I guess what I'm saying is intraday can be good. 15-minute chart or something like that can be good for an entry, okay? But I'm looking at the daily at when I want to get out, where it may possibly go to, or something like that. Let's see. Yeah, I'll definitely look at the sectors at the open. I've been doing that my whole life. Back, before we even had trade ideas, we would have a watch list built into our software, where we could have like the sectors built into a window. So forever I've been looking at sectors. I'm always looking at sectors. That's a very wise thing to do. Okay, It's like I was long a lot of, well, I shouldn't say a lot, a few ag stocks today, right? Well, moves started off the day. It was pretty high up, but now look what happened to it just got overextended, and well, maybe it wasn't that high up, but a lot of stocks were still moving. A lot of these, but it just, yeah, it's down on the day. So I took a lot of profits in that. Let's see. And I tell you what, a lot of times it's just knowing. Let me show you a trade. This is the kind of stuff you can do. All right, I bought seed yesterday. I bought seed yesterday at 633. I was anticipating, okay, just because the agriculture was very strong, okay, and I do this quite a bit. I did it twice. I did it today as well. But seed, I love the way this chart was setting up. Okay, you had this. Let me get my pencil here. You had this 10-period line kind of curling around there. And then yesterday, I just liked it. And the reason I liked it, because ag stocks were very, very strong. This thing had earnings, I believe, on this day, and it did pretty well. And it found a bottom there and bounced, and it looked like it was cupping and turning around. And it worked. It worked out good. Now, I sold some yesterday and today. I got a little bit left, but that's just what's calling knowing your sectors, okay? And let me show you another one. I didn't even know this stock, but what I did today is, okay, so I had seed up. I went to my similar tab, and what did I find? APPH, okay? And I bought that at, well, I've already sold it. I scalped it out, but let me just put this, take away my hidden ones here, and you can see here that I bought APPH at 380. Look at that right there. That's what you call anticipating. Okay, I love the chart. Okay, had a nice move after earnings, 3 days there, and been coming down, bouncing off this 50, and then because the ag stock, this is a indoor crop farming company, I bought it at 380. I anticipated. A lot of my best trades come with anticipating. Instead of letting them, that's what I did in RIG for 3 days. Instead of letting it wait for it to go and take out yesterday's high, which would have been around 497, I got a 17-cent head start because of just using my similar tab, knowing that the sector was strong, and then I bought it. Now I scalped it out at 410. I did half, and then I did half again. I think I got out on this candle right here. But anyway, and the reason I would have probably let it run, but I knew the sector was kind of getting weaker and weaker. When that happens, I just go with my gut feeling a lot of times and get out and just take my scalp. 30-cent trade. Why not? Just take it. So that was a case of a day trade. Once again, JP, this isn't. I'm telling you, this didn't show up on a scan. This came in for me just doing my homework. I knew that, and this is the kind of things that our software will help you, but it's just knowing even if you don't know your sectors, use our similar tab. Okay, I was long seed. I pulled up here. Cressy was also had a big move this morning, and looked like it's moving again. So you can use a similar tab to find a lot of good setups. I like that setup, and I anticipated and I bought it. But once again, I just wanted to scalp that after my other stuff started kind of falling out of bed. Another one that I made good money on, real good money on, was RKDA from yesterday. Bought it yesterday at 3. In here was 313. No, I added. That's right. I bought some at 112, and then I added some more at 114, and then I sold some today at 127, and then some at 130, and now it's pulling back. But I think I sold 3/5 of my position. I got 2/5 of it left, and I banged out some really nice profits on. Now, guys, this is not the profits I'm banging out. Okay, it's far less than that. I like to play bigger size in my Brokerage Plus account to practice for my hedge fund. But I'm just giving you some ideas of, you know, sometimes you just got to find what's hot out there, okay? Especially if you're, well, it doesn't matter if you're day trading, swing trading, whatever it is. You got to find out, what's moving. And I have nothing wrong with like bottom fishing, but lately the tech stocks have just been stinking. Just all you got to do is pull up the Qs, and they're trying to get a little bounce now, but they're under pressure. They're below all their moving averages. It's just tough. Okay, the market turns; these things are going to turn quick. So there's one or two ways of playing it. All right, or you can buy size and go for a scalp. I do that sometimes, or you can buy tiny size and look for maybe like a kind of a swing entry that you're going to give it, because you can always add if you're right. But let me hide these again. Make sure I didn't miss anything. JP, this is any single stock window. I'll be happy to share my single stock window with you, but they're all going to have a similar tab in it. So do you want my single stock window, or do you already have one in it? All you got to do, if you want one, just go to new. I mean, I'll be happy to share mine if you want it, and just go to single stock window, and that'll pull one up for you, and it's going to have a similar tab in it. You know what? First Solar, I may have to buy this. I'm liking the way it's trading after earnings. Not sure where that nice move came from. This is the one that had earnings gap down, and now it's trying to push through its. I like when the stock does this after earnings. Hold on just one second, guys. Are the other ones doing anything? Run side. SunPower. That's really the. And you know what? I'll put an alert for me for a pull back here or something. I'm not gonna. I don't chase in this market, and if I miss it, I just miss it. But I don't like chasing this market. So maybe if it gets up here and pulls back to this area, maybe the 10 period is catching up with it. But I'd like to get that if it's. Because what happens a lot of times is these things came out, earnings, okay, they've been beaten up. This thing has dropped from 122 all the way down to the mid 60s, so basically a 50% haircut. And they had earnings, they gapped down, but look, they closed on high that day, and now they're going and trying to take out that high. So this is definitely one on my radar if it gets back through this that I may nibble on a pullback here. But I'll just leave that in there for now. All right, sorry about that. Oh, you're welcome, JP. Yeah, we have a lot of old grizzled out traders here, so been at it for 25 plus years. So, but let me tease you if Barry hasn't with the product that's going to be coming down the road, because we have these, in the morning we're all looking at stuff and getting some ideas, and we're sharing the ideas, and we're like, and I've been wanting to do this for a long time. We want to start sharing these ideas with you. So we're going to build a channel with an interactive watch list. Okay, now it's not going to be like the AI guys. We're not going to tell you when to enter the stock and when to get out and when profit targets and all that. But what we're going to do is just going to have very similar to Barry's watch list. Okay, and we're going to run some races in there. So we're going to put all our ideas, like this morning. You know, Rig would have been in there when the market opened. I'm sorry, Rig. And you know, I probably would have thrown Walmart in there, you know, when it was, you know, buying it. So anyway, we're just going to be dropping these ideas into a watch list, and then we're going to have a kind of a TI trades, whatever, you know, the guys at all the longtime traders here. Now these are going to be swing setups, or let's call them position trades. They're going to be position trades, which it's not going to be like Barry's room where, you know, some people, you know, you may be looking for a day trade, looking for a, you know, a 1 hour, 2 hour move or something. These are going to be swing ideas. Or they're going to be position ideas where you take them and do what you want to with them. Okay, so, but I think it's going to be fun. I hate teasing you now because it may be a week or two before we get this going. But anyway, I'm going to, because I'm pretty sure this is not going to take much to do. So I just got to build a docking channel, right? Got to come up with a clever name and an icon for it, and then we'll start, you know, dropping some ideas that we trade over here. Yeah, I know a lot of people are looking for that, and we have a swing channel, but you know, I think you guys getting curated ideas. All right. Now, this doesn't mean we've taken them. All it's going to be is just ideas that are going to be in a channel where you guys can see the races running and seeing how the stocks are performing. But I think a lot of people, you know, really need help, and they may not want to, you know, do some of the styles that Barry's doing. I mean, Barry is great at what he does, and he has a huge following. Everybody loves him. But I know there's people out there that just want to slow things down, do some swing trades, and get some good ideas about what to trade. Debbie, good. I'm glad you like that. And TRD, both of y'all like that. Yeah, I think it's going to. I think it's going to help. Now we may still be a week or two out. I'm going to be on vacation all next week, so Chris will probably be in here on that day. But we just came up with the idea recently, but I guarantee you, we're going to put it together and have some curated ideas being streamed at you. Okay, let's take a look, see what's happening here. And that Walmart's going to make it all the way to the. You know what, Debbie? The great thing about this, all right, it's going to be real time. So, in other words, example today in APPH, you know, this is one where, okay, I told the guys, you know, at 380, you know, I'm buying this. Well, what I can do is just immediately add it to it's the same symbol list and watch list like you use. So all I need to do is just, you know, click on the symbol, shoot it over to the watch list that you guys will be able to follow, and then this will pop up on the races, and you guys will know that this is one of our ones we suggest to keep an eye on. So, yeah, it's not going to be something where we're going to tell you what to do. Okay, we can't do that. Okay, we'll get in trouble. Okay, so, but there'll be ideas where you can, you know, and obviously this is going to be all long. We're not going to be having short ideas in there. It'd kind of be hard, but I guess we could. But yeah, I think most people like to, you know, when they're swinging, they like to go long. But anyway, yeah. So these rig, I would have stuck in there in the morning. Okay, Steve had a great call on this RKDA yesterday. Around I think 112 we got in. So, and then, look at the move you had this morning on something like that. So he could throw that in there. Hey, keep an eye on this, So once again, it's not going to be something like the AI where it's going to, hey, buy here, sell here, target. These are just going to be ideas. But, a lot of them going to be some really good ideas, and you're just going to have to know how to, trade. I mean, you're never going to be successful in this business trying to just copy somebody. I can promise you that. You're going to have to trade. Now, it's great getting ideas from really good traders, but you're still going to have to, trade them. All right, so yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I think it's going to be a great channel. And like I said, a lot of these ideas will come in the morning, but that's the beauty of it, Debbie. These can happen. We see something in real time, like Walmart. Walmart was a real-time idea today that I saw earlier in the day, and I'm trying to remember. This one I just pulled up. It didn't come through any scan or anything like this. Let me tell you why I pulled it up. It's just because I noticed on Amazon lately, okay, we're Prime members. I'm going like a lot of stuff. I'm going like that used to get Prime the next day. You can't get that anymore. I don't know if it's supply chain issues, some sort of logistic issues or something like that. But a lot of stuff that used to be you get the next day, you're having to wait 5 days. So I needed something in the last couple of weeks. I think it happened 2 or 3 times, and like, I don't want to wait 5 days. I went down to Walmart and got it. So I'm thinking, So I started looking at Amazon and looking at Walmart. I'm going, well, look what's happening here. Amazon's selling off. My thesis is panning out for me, and Walmart is strong. So I just happened to pull it up today. But we're getting back to these ideas. This is something we could just drop in the watch list really quick, and you would have Walmart on your channel. Was I just looking at? Oh, it was First Solar. Shit, that's not going to pull back for me. This is when you could possibly go. JKS has been strong. It's getting a nice bounce there. When you start maybe catch some sympathy plays. I mean, I'd rather play the best in breed. What is ENPH doing? Yeah, that's a good candidate right there. Pull back, got still above all its moving averages. If it wasn't a Friday, I'd probably do it. I'll put a little alert in there if it goes above this level. Maybe interested in that. Honestly, I'd rather have First and Solar, but like I said, I don't like chasing bars in this. I'm not going to call it. Well, I am going to call it a bear market because it's been enough bearish price action all year. So, but you know what? It's Friday, and I've had a great week. I'm not going to push it too much. Riggs, it would have been a good buy down there. Let's see, what's the high of the day on this one? 15. Debbie, it's going to be very similar to Barry's channel. Now, it'll be a little bit different, We'll have some new high tickers in there, and obviously some new low tickers, and we'll have some just a top list, where they can all be in a top list, and you can see, you can just sort them by change from open, and or change from close, whatever you prefer. And you can basically get a look that way. And then we'll also have some races, so you'll see all of our ideas. Now remember, there may not be a ton of ideas. It just depends. Some days I come in and it's seldom. I usually have 2 or 3 things I'm looking at, but there may not be a lot in there. Some days it may only be 5 or 6. Other days there may be 10 to 15 ideas in there. But once again, it's going to be curated. Okay, so you're not having to look at every stock in the universe and trying to find a good idea. But I have enough faith in all the traders here that will definitely get you some good ideas. And the beauty of, once again, a lot of the ideas come in real time. It's been that way my whole trading career. You'll come in with what you think should happen here, and something that you're watching, and then it doesn't. Nothing happens with the stock, and next thing you know, you looking at all the data on all your scans, and boom, something pops out at you. So this APPH is gonna. Yeah, it's what? Yeah, Debbie, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's not going to be able to. We're not going to. There's just not much we can do that, because it's going to make too complicated. We'd have to build a whole new platform, with notes and things like that. So we're just going to simplify it. Maybe in the future we could have some addition, as we build it out. Maybe maybe something where we can just give you some idea in the notes. But I think at first a lot of people remember, these are all going to be long side trades. Okay, so that makes it easy. A lot of them are going to be in real time. So. Once again, it's, for example, let's say, this is where you got to put on your trader's hat. Okay, so example, I tweeted this out, right at the bell this morning, rig. Okay, if you pull this up and you're looking at rig here, there's not much to think about. It's just, if you see it on our list and you see it breaking out of a 2-day high, and you see this was doing big volume this morning, I hate to say you just got to buy it, but you do. It's just this is where you got to put on your trading hat, know your technical analysis, know what we're looking at. APPH, it may be a little bit different for you. For me, like I said, I'd like to anticipate a lot. Okay, I like to look at a chart, get a feel for what may be going to happen. I would rather get my 20-cent head start, on this APPH, instead of letting it come over here and taking out the high from yesterday. That's me personally. Okay, for you might saying, well, this looks good, but I want to see it take out this high. Well, so that's where it becomes really subjective for each trader. Okay, once again, they're going to be good ideas, but you're going to have to trade them with your rules and your stops and targets and things like that. We can't handhold you that far, unfortunately, because then we'll be dealing with some issues. So all we can do is throw ideas out there to keep it compliant. GSM's at highs. So yeah, I'd like to see this thing. I'd like to love to see it pop today, but it's seldom. Yeah, you get late Friday afternoon runs, but maybe I'll get a little bit extra on it. There's that EMPH going on. Tell you what, I am going to buy this. Okay, just a tiny bit. And GSM poking through. And did it get through yesterday's high? It's right at it. All right. Yeah, I did pick up a little bit of that ENPH. And let's see if this thing, I'd love to see it go today, but Sand Ridge. I wish I would have bought some more of that rig down there. All right. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. I don't think I did. See, back in my day trading days, I'd have been loading up on all these things. That's when that first solar went to highs. Run's still not doing anything, but I know this ENPH is one of the best in breeds. I'm just going to stick with that. All right, guys, we got about 8 more minutes. Be sure, guys, if you have any questions about the software, please ask them. If you have any questions about trading, be sure to ask those as well. Sandridge is trying to break out of a nice volume coming in there. 5-minute volume. And you got a high back over here is trying to go through, but see the nice volume coming in. I don't, yeah, I'm just not, I'm not interested in buying in this market. I don't want to chase that from there to there and being a swing trader. Now, if I was a day trader, maybe I'd give that a shot, maybe try to scalp it for some, but I'm going to leave that alone. Now I'd like to see that just keep going. Just stay above yesterday's high. It's all I want for today. Friday, I don't know if it's going to do that. Keep going, but be nice. Is there more potential money in day trading or swing trading? Well, Brian, that's a very good question. Now, there's more potential if you're good at it. That's the key. If you're really, really good at day trading, okay, you can do better in day trading than you can swing trading. You get more margin. Typically, you get 4-to-1 margin. Okay, you're not going to get that with swing trading. 2-to-1 if you're lucky. But I don't think here's the problem. I don't think day trading is for everybody. I did it for 17 years. It's a grind. I mean, you've got to be at it, 7 hours a day. Where swing trading, I don't think you have to. You could spend a couple hours, 2 or 3 hours a day, and still do some serious swing trading because you're not having to manage it your positions like you're doing with day trading. It's like this GSM or something. If I buy this and it's working for me, I just put a price alert. If it breaks down through this low, I'm going to get out. So I can just put a price alert down there to alert me. If it takes out that low, I'm going to get out, and you just move on. You're moving on. Or if you're leaving your computer, you may have to actually put in a physical stop. Okay. You always want to put some stops in if you're not going to be around watching. I like to use price alerts because I'm always watching the market, but anyway, that's a good question. You gotta find out what your niche is. Now, I can tell you this right now: most people are cut out for swing trading. Okay, the success rate in day trading is not very good. I'm not going to hit you with the exact numbers because I really don't know. But the thing about swing trading is you're focusing on daily charts. You're not looking at all the action on the intraday chart and stressing out. You got to buy a lot more size when you're day trading, swing trading. You don't have to. And I think more people should do swing trading. The ideal situation, okay, I think for most traders is, and I got I don't think he's in here today, but a guy that I've been working with for a while, and he works, but he also trades. He fits it in when he can, maybe in a couple hours in the morning, an hour in the afternoon, and I think he's going to be very successful at it because he understands kind of the things I've been teaching you guys today, where you kind of look for patterns, you look for sympathy plays, you don't have to spend as much time. Once you get a feel for the sectors and how they kind of work with each other and reading charts, especially daily charts and learning patterns, then you can do pretty good swing trading. And you don't. But I think the ideal that most traders don't try to. Or let me put it this way. Let's see. I think more traders would trade a lot better if they had a second income. During my day trading years, I I had a lot of years where it was my sole income. I had to make the money to pay rent, or provide, my mortgage or whatever. And yeah, that can be stressful. But it I'll show you my Twitter handle real quick while I'm doing that, talking like this. There you go. Yeah, if you could find something where you have a second income, okay, and then you can dabble in the market, a few hours a day, and spend night doing a little bit of homework, you can do very well. You can do very well swing trading in a market, especially like I said, if you have some second income. It's very tough when you're trying to rely, just totally. Trust me, I did it for 17 years, and there were times during that where I was doing some mentoring in China. I was flying over to China and then Steve and I had a business called Today Trader, where I had extra income coming in. And I'm telling you, my P&L in my day trading went up a lot better, when I didn't have that stress, for having to, make the profits from trading to pay the bills. So it's huge if you can get some second income coming in, and you'll find it's going to take a lot of the fear out of it for you. But yeah, that was my rig call this morning. Right when is it? 380. I'll try to get more and more out there on my Twitter feed too, but I won't have to once we get our little product going. But anyway, we're about out of time. Market's trying to get a little bounce here. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything before I call Barry in here. Yeah, Jacques, I'm thinking probably in about hopefully about 10 days to 2 weeks. It would be probably sooner, but I'll probably be the one that builds the channel out. And I'm going on vacation next week, so we'll probably and we're also working on a new welcome window in the software that's going to have the ideas streaming in there as well. So that may come sooner, but the channel, for sure, I would say within 2 weeks, we'll have that channel up and be feeding it some ideas. Okay, JP says he has a large optional order that just came in for that first solar. Yeah, I'm going to kick myself. That's the problem when you don't want to chase sometimes. You want these pullbacks. But anyway, I'm hoping this ENPH will get a little sympathy play. Make sure it didn't. Thank you, Mike. You too, buddy. Thanks, Debbie. All right, guys, I'm going to call Barry in here. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Thank you, JP, on that large option order. All right, looks like we are done. You guys have a great weekend, and I hope I've shared some good info for you today. Let me tell Barry he can come in. Yeah, it's good to know, JP. Thanks. That unusual options. All right, guys, here comes Barry. You guys have a great weekend, and I won't see you next week, but the following week I will. So have a good one.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's interesting that the market is doing this, okay, and Oxy is doing this because again, that's a great recovery, by the way, guys. Great recovery, and now we're starting to get some interesting bounce plays. We have to be. Well, the longer this Indo holds over 32, I'm just waiting for a big explosion through 33. Okay, let's see. So yeah, this Oxy, I mean, it looks awfully extended on the fives, and that's one of the reasons why, of course, it's showing up on the Zach scan as a potential topper, but it's in the right sector. So all right, so this is a little agricultural stock, Y10. So coming into some resistance, so probably Y10. It is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Looks like it is trying to. So I'll tell you what, if this doesn't take this out here, which is about 520, 530, and moves down below 5, I'm probably going to short this because I'm looking here on the 15. Obviously, good support down here. Actually, I'm wrong. I thought that was 375. Boy, Stella has just done absolutely nothing. Just done nothing. It looks like it may want to try to break out. I'm in the simulator. Again, I got this as a simulated trade. Nothing happening with the AI today. Absolutely nothing. You look nice recovery for uranium though. Look at uranium, URA, still down, but bouncing off the bottoms here. Man, only one from the 10-day daily breakdown today. Interesting. Look at the market, guys. This is turning into one of the great days. We get a gap down and then a nice recovery. So a lot of bounce plays should be working, starting to work. Your METC was awesome, Zach. I know you talked about that one. That's an awesome trade. What a bounce, METC. You got the alert at 1736. It only dropped a little bit from there. In fact, hardly anything. And then it bounced. So that's a great, great bounce trade. And this is what I'm talking about right here. See how any of the other ones start working. Yeah, 845, not bad. 870. Skechers, 63.93. Yeah, great. Okay, bounce. But you know, it's the market, guys. When the market starts doing this, you're going to see some nice bounces, sustained bounces, sustained ones. That's the whole key, to have them be sustained. No, not just get 10 or 20 cents. You know, get $1, $2, depending on the price, of course. But I mean, the SPY is, you know, it's so negative, but we're getting close. ATVI, it was on the move. I see. I think I see what you saw. I don't. I wonder if we can believe that. That was a big topping tail, and then right back down. Boy, BTU is still strong. But BEKE is not. So BEKE is starting to move down here. Well, starting to. It moved down most of the day. Kind of a little bit of a pull-up pause, and now continuing down. And this is an all-time low. BEKE is now an all-time low, and gets under 15. That'll get me interested. Underneath that whole number, it's basically an all-time low right now. BEKE. Yeah, Denver though. I mean, you know, you've got to kind of. I know you like the topping tail, so I mean, you got to. If you that was your plan, and you seem to be doing well with them. Maybe you're not going to get too many on a day like today. You might start getting some now. You know, on a day like today where the market was basically down, so you're not going to get too many stocks that are topping. But you know, I'd be sticking to your plan, and you know, if you're not getting too many alerts, so be it. Okay, just a minute. All right, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts. This BEKE is definitely interesting. Underneath 15, it's an all-time low. Boy, that was a nice short from the top here, BCEL. Nice short in that, even if you got it at, the 260, mid 260s, that's a nice percentage move down to the mid 30s. All right, so this is now a gap up and go AGL. However, what do we see here? Looks like 22 is going to be some pretty tough resistance. If it could ever get through that 22, then 24 is the next high. Next high is looking left. I haven't seen this one for a while. This Cressy, C-R-E-S-E, wheat farming. Wheat farming, okay. But however, didn't wheat take a big tumble? Yeah, we took a big tumble. All right, BEKE underneath. Underneath 15. BEKE underneath 15. Wow, BTU just. If you've seen where I was scalping this one earlier, this held on, man. BTU. What a run. It's a fairly big float, 125 million. But for 14, sorry, from what do we have here? So about 14 and a half, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days ago. So on the 6th day, so it's basically a $10 move. Oh, I have no idea if I'm not a macro guy. D88 or 888. Whether or not where I think oil and gas is coming down. You got all sorts of pundits out there talking about $150 oil, $200 oil. I just don't really pay attention to that. I'm just trading what I see. It's too macro for me. Somebody's been in GSM from about 8 something, 890, is that right? Yeah. Right around here. PJ, that might be you. Man, oh man. Broken record, but Peabody, BTU. So interesting because look what happened this day. I can't even remember what happened here. This is not earnings because on the 10th was earnings. Right here. So a little reaction, you know, and then a couple of nice days. Flatten out, another little pop, and then I don't remember what happened here. I don't recall a financing or anything. Something happened because I think the other energy plays were still moving higher. Was it an offering, Gerald? Was it an official offering or just, you know what, we may do an offering at some time in the future? Or was there actually a price? I suppose I could look, you know, if it's still there. So what day was this? This was on the 24th. Let me see if I can find a headline for the 24th. Okay, so yeah, you're right. I do see that to raise $250 million in senior notes offering. All right, well, it affected it that one day, and then after that, who cares? Thank you. Yeah, you're right. Oh, okay. My headline said 250, but that's okay. Boy, oh boy. Okay, I can't keep talking about it. The reason I keep hearing it, it's coming up on my breaking up on volume over and over and over again. So the first time it happened was at 10:08, 2386. You had a strong buy from Zach's, not our Zach, of course, but well, pick just about anything energy related, and you're probably going to be okay. Even Archer, I mean, Arch came back down to 142, a nice $6 pop, trade of the week. Oh man, don't chase it, don't chase it, don't chase it. However, let's take a look left. Where is the next high looking left? 2961 on the monthly chart. And on the weekly? Yeah, I mean, you've got to go back almost 3 years, well, maybe 2.5, almost 3 years. Well, more. Yeah, I mean, you've got to go back quite a ways to see these next highs, but And that's actually a nice break right here. Argument to be made, take the break right there, 25.69-ish or so, right there on that 15. Yeah, Indo looks, it looks sort of poised. A little robot to stop cleaning, if, in case you hear that in the background. What's the volume like here? So 17 million, so it's 3 times normal, 18 million now. And I think I'm going to see something astonishing for the Indo, as always. 43 million, yep. So actually, this was the big day. It's funny, isn't it? I mean, well, funny to me anyway. There was the big volume day, and it hardly moved. I shouldn't say that. It moved from 3, to 8. So, it did move. But the volume, the biggest pop was yesterday. We had a nice pop, but now the volume, if that volume continues, especially if it supersedes that one right there, this could have some kind of a crazy close. Kind of like that. Oh man, guys. Oh man. Okay, guys. Well, that was exciting. Okay, for a less exciting, but I've still got my alert set up here. Breaking over 34 now. For a less exciting one, let's take a look at GPS. GPS is maybe, remember now, no, it's actually negative now, okay. Remember, big pop after hours on earnings, held kind of pre-market. Market open, looked like it was going to move higher. It did move higher and gave it up. However, oh, it's all about sizing. Anyway, guys, okay, GPS, if it takes out 14.14, 14.19 or so, that could have a nice run, especially if the market just keeps kind of moving a bit higher. Not at Interactive Brokers. There's a fee rate. They can try to do a locate, but there's no easy. Maybe Zach has at Centerpoint, but and if he has them, I'm sure it's going to be really expensive. But you got to be careful. I mean, listen, yeah, it could drop $5, but so keep an eye on the GPS if it takes out that 1414. Remember, it's an earnings play. It was good at one point after hours, big gap up. You probably have to let it go positive though. So 16 cents, so what's that, 25? So I'll stick an alert around 1428. That will be in positive territory. Positive in that it'll be above yesterday's close. And that may, yeah, so Blue Moon, these are from Zach. And they have been really, I mean, if you have the patience, you don't get too, actually today we've had quite a few. But if you go to my homepage and just take a look at, I call it Zach's Bouncers and Toppers, okay? So go to my homepage and go to the scan section. And Zach's Bouncers and Toppers have been pretty active today. So it looks like this. Well, okay, when you say it has a lot of overhang, I mean, obviously, what I'm looking at, is more, could it climb back up to the 15 level? I mean, I don't know if it will, of course. There's a high right there of 1440. There's a high of 1462. Just to see if the enthusiasm comes back. I mean, there was wildly enthusiastic after hours yesterday, and even in the pre-market to a certain extent, and then the market opened. But you're right, the VWAP is there, so that's probably, it's probably not that great then. 1440 would have to take out that 1440, 1435 area, so you are right. You guys still in that PayPal short? I mean, that was a snoozer for a $100 stock. I mean, it really just didn't do anything. Percentage wise. Oh, even the gold plays are still in vogue. All right. Well, William's convincing me not to take this trade, so I'll scream and yell at you when it gets up to 15, okay? Ah, Mexico Energy. Now there is another. Okay, somebody was asking earlier, is there another low float, silly little energy play? So here is one, as Zach is just pointing out, MXC. Crazy, crazy low float, just like the Indo. So traders are looking for another Indo. And so if they escape out of Indo, who knows? Maybe they pile into this one. What's the volume like? See, it's not nearly the same. But Yeah, there were 34,000 at Interactive Brokers. Just gotta be careful, man. The next, what's that next high looking left? 1624 looks like, right over here. And I guess the all-time high is over here, 18. So it's very, it's even close to an all-time high. It's very much like the Indo, except the Indo, once it got out of this, man, all right, guys, so similar to Indo, okay? So this is, and here they are, similar to Indo. I haven't talked about this too much, in the last little while. I think it needs a little more improving, but so what are you talking about, Zach? Are you talking about like the ERUS as an example? Go! Oh my gosh. I was going to say something really crazy earlier that it wouldn't surprise me if it saw 40, but I'm not, this is not a recommendation at all, but it's like that other one from a few weeks ago. What was that one? That was, it hit over 100. That's the one. Thank you. ISPO, yes. That's the one. And I remember jokingly on this day that it did it when it was at around 60, and I was in this one, in and out, in and out. I jokingly said it wouldn't surprise me if it hit 100. And I guess what did I get to? It's just silly. I don't even know what the float is on that one. Yeah, just play them and ask questions later. Exactly. Not for everybody, but look at the Indo. I mean, this is just insanity now again with these low floaters. Did you do what's going on here with Jerry and Blue Collar? I'm trying to figure out. I can't see any posts. And even Sweetgrass. Look at Sweetgrass's nice bounce for it. Not a bounce so much. It's just a continuation now in earnings. Hit high yesterday. Oh, yesterday after hours, around 26, 27. Good grief. And MXE again. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to have to create have this up and running for a while. So this is the similar, okay, guys? This is similar to. Now I can't remember if it is just. We used to have a price action similar and then similar in the same sector. But look, there's the MXC. Yeah, so what you can do is these are, let's take a look at the axis, AXAS as an example. So this is something that I haven't really talked about for quite a while now, guys, but you can take this, okay, and pop, where's it going to pop out to? Let me see where it's going to pop out to. Pop out. All right, it does pop out, free floating, okay? So you see what I did was, so details, click on similar, and then you can pop it out, right click, pop it out. So if you're in like a really hot sector and you want to follow that all day, and where'd it go? Here we are. Okay, so now this is a top list. Okay, this is a top list. And you can follow, so you can now take the top list and massage it like any other. You know, if you want to put a certain price range in, you want to, you know, you can just do whatever you want. Create a top list out of it, and you can then monitor it all day long. You can take it and create an alert window out of it. So I haven't talked about that for a while. Just a minute. Okay, so let me explain this, Mike. No, it's not a preset scan exactly. Okay, so what happens is in the similar. So we used to have two of them. One was similar price action, and then the other was similar within the same sector. This looks like it's the same sector. I mean, it makes sense. So the idea is this: if I click on, for instance, PSTG, okay, in theory, this is in the same broad sector. Okay, PSTG. All these stocks are in the same broad sector. But let's concentrate on the Indo. So for instance, I know somebody asked earlier about another like little oil play, energy play with a low float. So if you click on Indo, and normally this is all you see, right? The details, just click on the similar, and here's what you're going to see. I mean, this is set. So this is, yes, I guess you'll call it a preset scan. But now what you can do, and you know, this axis could be really interesting too, guys. I mean, I don't know what the float is. Yeah, I mean, axis could be the next one. You know, it's a low float. I mean, it's already gone from $1 to $3 in 4 days. And there's, you know, the MXC, Zacks MXC is just rippage. So what you do is this, is let's just say you wanted to follow this all day long. You just right click and pop it out, okay? Pop it out. Now I'm not going to do it again, but when you do that, oh, maybe I deleted it. Okay, so I'm going to right click, pop it out. You see how it popped out? Now it's free floating. Now, but you can do more than that. Now you can treat it like any other top list. You know, you can maybe you want a certain price range you want to look at, maybe at least a minimum volume, you know, that, you know, maybe you don't want to see, oh, I don't know, if there's something that's trading 10,000, like DALXF, who cares, 30,000 shares as an example. So you could do, you know, configure. So the price is at least $1, fine, but maybe I want it 1 in 40 for argument's sake. Minimum volume has to be 200,000, you know, just for argument's sake. Maybe it's got to be up at least 3% from the close. I mean, I'm just, you know, throwing these things in here. You know, so see how I've changed this? Now I would, yeah, see, I would get rid of this daily volume. I mean, 25,000 isn't bad. I never, I guess that's low enough. But you see, now you've taken it and you've a little bit more customized it. Now the other thing you can do is now you can sort, you know, on the change from the close. You can sort on the various columns. You can add columns, of course, to it. I can add different columns to it if I want, a relative volume. Well, I've got relative volume here, but you know, other columns. Maybe I want the position in the day's range. Where are you? No, I'll just search for it. VOSI. Position and range. Show column. Okay, because now maybe I want to sort on the ones that are up right at the near the high of the day. Okay, MNRL. Okay. So now you've taken a hot sector, and now, yeah, you can save it. You can save it or share to save or share to, well, save it. You know, you guys aren't sharing typically. Save it. You can incorporate it as part of your layout if you want. If you know, next week, I mean, who knows? If this sector is still hot. I used to do this a lot more when the bios were going crazy. Well, guys, you know what? Our tick-by-tick charts are coming soon. They're coming soon. I'm just showing a video. I don't know. Well, I shouldn't say coming soon. They're definitely on the way, though. So no more of this 5-second or 8-second refresh. I'm just they're working on it and they're showing me what it looks like. And yeah, it looks like a normal chart now. So coming sooner than later. I know we've been talking about it for a long time, but it is definitely sooner than later. Okay, so D888. Are you on the similar tab? First of all, you've got to make sure you're on the similar tab, right? Click on the similar tab. So you see something that looks like this. Okay, so you probably have it. It's in the single stock window. Okay. Okay, and then right click, pop out. Ah, okay. Wow. I know I jokingly said 40. Jokingly said 40, but I'm telling you, this one could be. I know it's already. What sort of resistance does it have? 316, 355. I don't even have a. I have an ask. I don't have a bid on it. Is there something screwing up? And I'm clicking on this and I'm not seeing a bid. Are you guys doing this with IB? You're seeing the same sort of thing? It's sort of grayed out or black. It's a bad spread. 306, 316, maybe. you know, for a more sedate one, MNRL. Now, sometimes you're going to see some kind of weird ones. Yeah, I mean, you're going to see, you're going to think to yourself, well, why is this lumped into crude petroleum and natural gas extraction? And so, you know, you just have to live with it. I mean, some are going to look a little bit strange. So now, if you wanted to even refine it further and just say, okay, I don't mind all this, but let's put in a float. And let's put in just the ones that are low floaters to see what craziness they could do. And so I could add the filter and I'll say, let's put a max of, say 20K. I'll just put, not 20K, 2 million, 20 million. Okay. I'm sorry, that's min. So we're gonna go to the max, 20 million. And let's see what happens. See, the list really shrinks here. See what you can do with trade ideas, guys? So now this is looking at low float energy plays on the move. And there's Zach's MXC right at the top here. And I've sorted on the position in the day's range, so these stocks will be right near the high of the day. Now you don't have to do it that way. You want to sort on the change from the close. But right now MXC is just thrilling. Well, this turned into nothing like a snoozer of a Friday afternoon. Great call by Zach on early on in that MXC, guys. Right about here, I think. And then there's a Husa, but it's not as dynamic. This axis is really interesting. The problem is the spread. 293, 308. I mean, it's almost like they don't want you to trade it. Hard to concentrate on anything else right now. You too, Ashok. Have a good, nice weekend. We'll see you Monday morning. All right, I have to put a price alert on this one up around the high around 325 for AXAS. If it somehow does that and the spread tightens up and the volume, you know, is good, that we could get a similar. I don't think it's going to go to $22 or anything, or 22 or $18 or anything, but we could get another. We could get a move. That's all traders are looking for right now. Those who missed Indo, those who missed MXC, are saying, "Wow, what else could happen?" Well, here it is. Maybe. But notice, I'm not taking it now. I'm not going to anticipate it's going to do it. Okay, boring guys, but BGS, BGS is on the way down here. What's the low yesterday? The low yesterday was 29.02. So takes that out, and then the low the day before, excuse me, was 28.49. So maybe 50 cents. Not as exciting though. Main energy plays, I have no. Well, I mean, there's pick anything almost. I mean, BTU. I don't know if BTU is still moving higher. Depends what you mean by main. I mean, obviously these are the most exciting because there's such a low float and they're high percentage increases. Well, these ones, Indo, MXC, BTU though also. I mean, BTU has been moving all day. I mean, this axis may not do it. I mean, it's starting to drop, so. Oxy, yeah. I mean, Oxy was moving, a more expensive one. Oxy was moving. This is Oxy Plus. I don't know what, it's a different derivation. But Oxy, yeah, it's over 50. I mean, my goodness. Guys, I know I jokingly said 40, but there it is. There's 40. And look at the volume, 49 million, 1.5 million in the float. 32 times the float. It's set up automatically, Ferris, if you select it, okay? So every chart, if you right click, and smart risk levels, I'm sorry, in properties, okay, in properties. So right click the chart, go down to properties, and at the bottom it says show smart risk levels. And if it's checked, it's automatically going to show, okay? So again, any chart, right click, properties, and then down here, show smart risk levels. I can tell you the number of times I traded Indo today, but I. Yes, SG is nuts too. I mean, sweetgrass, it's going crazy. But I'll bet, and I was one of them. I thought, okay, you've got this little pop here, and then over here. Now it's over. In fact, I thought that day was probably over. Now it'll go back. I mean, just insane. $4, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days ago, a $4 stock. There's your 10 bagger. Yeah, it won't be 100. I guarantee it will not be 100 today. Luckily, the market's closed tomorrow. Guarantee. It will not be 100 today. Guarantee. Shoot! Starting to get that BEKE. Just give me a moment here. Meanwhile, here's another one that's ripping higher here, guys. KTOS, KTOS, defense stock. Well, let's keep this one up and running here. All right, so there's a big bottoming tail for A. I tell you guys, I have an alert here at 325, and again, this is not a recommendation, but I'm just I'm just sort of judging the psychology of traders right now and what they might do. Okay? I mean, this MXC, who knows? Maybe it'll challenge Indo. But a great job by Zach early, right around here, I think, right around the 15 level for the MXC. So hopefully I have shown you guys something that, on a hot sector, how you can follow that sector all day long if you want to, both on the upside or the downside. What's unique about it? I don't know. It seems to work. Did you take a look at the filters, Blue Moon? I mean, I didn't create it, okay? Zach created it. Do you have to look at the filters? Now, a bounce play right now, I wouldn't be doing a bounce play right now, not with the market doing this. Okay, well, look at the market now. There's an hour now down. So again, I mean, I don't know what's unique about it. It seems to give nice alerts. That's all I can say, both on the topping and the bounce. But it's like any other scan. Any other scan. Just because you get an alert doesn't mean you just take the trade. Boy, Indo better not hit 100. Maybe 50. Half 100. How about half 100? I mean, guys, these energy plays. I mean, the calmer one, BTU. I mean, and somebody was talking about NOG earlier, NOG. I mean, these energy plays. Let's take a look at the sector. So you're looking for stocks in the big sector that are moving, as an example. Big energy sector. I know what I'm. I know what I'm trying to say. The stocks that make up the major ETF for energy. These ones. So you got Nova, BKR, FANG, XOM. These are the big ones that are moving. Okay, so just go here. This is again the XLE for energy, or the ETF for energy. So these are the stocks that make them up. Let's see the ones that aren't going for whatever. This one actually showed up, several times as a stock that was not following the rest of them. A couple of days ago, I think it did. Here's Schlumberger. I mean, they're not down a lot. But there's Oxy. There you go. You want a bigger one? Here's Oxy. Well, obviously this is going to hit 20. I shouldn't say that. I should not say that. And you can turn this into an alert window. So I guess this is a pretty good alert for my watch list at 25.65, 48 now. Incredible. Yeah, I haven't. Now it's not the same sector, but yeah, it can roll too, but it's not the same sector. Even though it says Imperial, well, at least it doesn't appear to be. But well, okay, same sector, but it's not an oil play. The transportation services to oil producers. So okay, why not? Same sector. I really have to admit though, I thought the Indo down around this area right here, right about here, and I thought maybe it was going to be over. I'm sorry, right about here, I thought maybe it was going to be over. I thought maybe we'd start to give it up, but not even close. Now, we're not seeing Indo here because I put a price, yeah, 40. So let's expand that one. Let's put 50, see if we can induce it to 50. There we go, there's Indo back. How does PED look? Well, hey, it's another little one. Absolutely, it's another little one. It would be showing up here if I increase the float, but you're right, it's another little one, and the volume is increasing. My issue would be on the monthly, 167 is pretty close, but you're right, it's another crazy little oil one that maybe traders will look at. I just think there might be a little too much resistance close by. Let me increase the float, and I'm sure it'll show up. I'll make it 30 million. All right, why is it not showing up? Oh, yeah, so it's not showing up because it's not in the same. Okay, that's why. It's categorized as support activities for oil and gas operations, and this is this very, 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 in theory, specific sector. So that's why it's not showing up. It's not showing up here. That's all. It's not showing up in. It is an energy play. I mean, support activities for oil and gas. Well, let's make sure. Yeah, it is an energy play. I don't know what this is. The index commodity contracts brokerages. Okay, positive, negative, DBC, pop here. Well, didn't get to 50. What a loser. But MXC is, excuse me, MXC is still kind of strong. It hasn't given up much. So, of course, what could be happening is people escaping Indo for a while anyway, and putting it into this one, which is less than half the price. All right, there it is, 20. MXC, super parabolic. Boy, there are shorts available too, but I'm not going to step in yet if I'm going to. 23,000 at Interactive Brokers. Boy, that's even a red bar ignored on the 5-minute chart right here. And no halts. I haven't seen a halt today in anything. Wow, what a way to end the week. What's the VWAP now for Indo? No, it's still way down here. Okay. I'm just seeing your post now about Snoop Dogg. I don't know what he does. Is that all right, guys? This could be a great short now for the MXC. I'm sure Zach is shorting this one. Ooh, is it ever? I'm just looking now. 17. Well, it is now. I didn't think it was that bad before. 1767. Well, I mean that MXC. I mean that's a very very short, very short one. And this looks like it's going to what's the high here? 2066. This looks like it's going to do it again. GBR. Disappointed in the axis. I really was hoping that this one would start to run. It may, but that's why I have waited. What did it cost, Zach, on the Indo? Fee rate 541. I have to expand the window. I mean, MXE is going to have a big drop. It's just like where. These are pretty ominous bottoming tails. So the sellers tried like mad to knock this down a couple of times on the 2 minute, but we've got these topping tails. So I mean, right now, these are 20 in a big way. That could really, just like the Indo is just collapsing now, almost at, well, it's a $9, almost a $9 from the high. Ah, Stella. STLA is creeping down now. I'm going to get out of this. I'm just going to flatten it, show you. Stella is creeping down now. They were, yeah, they had to be at center point, yes. You know, there's still 24,000 available interactive brokers for MXC. So they're not being snapped up yet at interactive brokers. I mean, people are obviously pretty wary right now. With that float, anything can happen on the upside and, of course, on the downside. Meanwhile, Real's been talking about Kroger. Yeah, beauty. You know, you want a more relaxing. It was an earnings play yesterday. Tell you guys, this takes out this high right here. This could explode again. MXC 2134. Of course, it's an all-time high, so there is nothing stopping it in terms of chart resistance. God. It's actually like a little bit of a mini base for this one. Okay, well, here we go. Wow. Well, I don't know what to say, guys. I mean, you just put the alert here. And again, if you're new to trading, you're wondering, A, how does this happen? That's how it happens, right? Well, I thought I was. Just a minute. You can see my skills are not great at this. Here's how it happens. Look at the float. Never mind the short float percent, but look at that float. Is it time, guys? Is it analogy time? Haven't done it for a while. Not analogy time? Okay, Jay. No, no analogy time. Okay. Yeah, the cul-de-sac, yes. The cul-de-sac, yes. I'm getting no love for the analogy, so I guess I won't do it. Yeah. So without the analogy, oops, without the analogy, okay, just know this: 1.1 million shares in the float. How do we get the float? Typically, you take all the shares that are outstanding, and then you start subtracting what the insiders own. So in a big company like Apple or Microsoft, the larger ones, they'll have a certain number of shares outstanding. Then you start subtracting what all the C-suiters own, mutual funds, because those are shares that cannot be traded on an daily basis. So you start just a minute. Had a retainer in my mouth. Those are so you start subtracting, and that gets you the number of shares that are available to trade every day. Personally, I consider anything under 20 million low float. Okay, so that at 1.1 is an insanely low float. Look how many shares. Now, this is not as dramatic as the Indo, but 2.9 million have traded. So it's traded the float a couple of times, or 3 times almost. But when you look at Indo, 55 million shares are traded. You divide 1.5 into 55, and that'll give you the number of times the float is turned over. That's the only way a stock can go up 100%, typically, okay? You get these insane moves because of the float. The problem is, of course, as always, remember now, when this was up almost 50, that was up, whatever, 150%. Anyway, the problem is, of course, is that when the buying, the enthusiasm dries up, they can sink so quickly. So you got to take the good with the bad. So while it's a lot of fun to be in a low float situation, when they work like this, it ain't no fun when they work, when they drop $10 on you. Okay? I mean, this still has room. I mean, this one, I mean, it had the minor little pullback here. That could have been, looked like it could have been it, but not yet. MXC. Anyway, let me get rid of this. All right, now this could be it for MXC. Okay, there's a big red bar now on the 5-minute. Big topping tail up here. Buyers had it up here. Sellers knocked it down to here. And this candle still has 5 minutes to close. Meanwhile, no pullback for BTU, continuing to surge higher. And there's Indo racing, in the racing here. So, I mean, it is moving. Okay, guys, here's another little one. HUSA, HUSA, through the 200-day. Another low float energy play. And you can see it is here. Uranium on the move here. URA is gone positive. Oh, no, not quite. Sorry. Another nice move for uranium. This is the ETF for uranium. URA. Well, I don't know about continuation perfect, but I mean, obviously, huge percentage moves up and down. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I got to read your. Yeah, I typically, you got to be really careful, in my opinion, shorting something that is a low float. I mean, obviously, something that's gone parabolic like an Indo, and maybe later the MXC is, as long as it's had a massive run. But no, to examine it as closely as you're talking about, no, I haven't. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. It's just that, I mean, again, obviously, the only reason we even see MXC and in Indo today is because of the float. That's the only reason. If it had 100 or 200 million in the float, it may be making a little move, but it would not be making a 65% move. So, to put a stamp on it, not that there may be a correlation, I just haven't examined it that closely. What I do know, though, not that I've examined it that closely, but for instance, if I'm long something and I check IB, Interactive Brokers, and there are no shorts available, okay, and I'm long something, well, then I know, Interactive Brokers is not the be all and the end all, but I mean, it is pretty good barometer for if there are shorts available in a lot of other brokerage firms, not including Centerpoint. So consequently, there will not be maybe as much downward pressure on the position if there are no shorts available. It just makes sense, right? So I do pay attention to that a little bit. Just a minute, please. Okay, yeah, Zach. Glad you made your reappearance this week. We'll see you Monday. Have a great weekend. Alcoa, wow. Are you kidding me? 90. Everyone had earnings. I mean, it was in the 60s. Wow. Metals and mining. FS, I bet you Freeport is surging also. All-time high for, well, I'm sure that's an all-time high for Alcoa. Yeah. Okay, guys, doesn't look like this is going to happen for the Axis. So, no harm in putting the price alert up here, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. And the Husa, I'm not as wild about it because of, well, it's right at the 200 day, close to 2. Now listen guys, shorting tops and playing bounces, it's not easy. It looks easy in retrospect. Okay, it really looks easy in retrospect. You think, wow, why didn't I take this if this sinks all the way back down to 15? But you know, something with that float, I mean, it could just jump on you also. So it's not easy, not for everybody for sure. All right, guys, 233. Whew. Well, let me quickly go over one last time my not my watch list, but my home page. Okay. Okay, so when you click on my homepage link, this is what you will. All right, just start a new. All right, so here is the promo code right now, and that'll be valid until 11:59 p.m. Monday. Okay, 11:59 Eastern time. Okay, know your time zone. So this is the promo. You'll get 20% off the first month or the entire year. Okay, so premium, standard, take 20% off that. So that works out to 1,600. This works out to 800. Now, you don't have to start off with an annual. You can start off with a monthly, 118, 228. You can take the 20% off the first month only. If you decide you want to stick with a monthly plan, this is what you'll pay going forward. There's nothing wrong with that. But if any time you want to upgrade from your monthly to an annual, we'll honor the promo code. Okay. The big difference is the AI, which did really nothing today. Too bad it didn't have some oil plays, but didn't have any. I can't wait for the trade of the week next week. I have to see what it's going to be. Obviously, this week's was awesome, but this is a free service. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Again, for those of you who don't know, Arch was the trade of the week, and the trigger was 118 on Monday. Whoa, BKE. Wow, I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, and also here's all the education we have. User guide, great user guide. Stephanie did an incredible job at putting this together by segments. Okay, you want to learn more about stock racing? Just click on this. All the details about it. Want to learn about alert windows, top list windows, the single stock window, etc. Okay. But, actually no buts. full table of contents, all searchable. But if you're just starting out, you might just want to take a look at the 20 introductory lessons first. All the basic features are explained. Okay, top list, alert windows, all easily explained here. Then you can go to the user guide if you want for a lot more detail. Daily support. So today, Chris will be in our YouTube room at 3:30. The main room will be open until 3:30. I'm going to put myself, I can hardly talk anymore. I'm going to put myself on mute at about 3, and I'll keep the room open till 3:30. And then Chris will take over the YouTube feed between 3:30 and 4:30. And he does that Monday to Friday. I'll put the YouTube link in before I do shut the room down. Daily webinars. So you can sign up for them all here. Next week it'll be Tuesday, Thursday. Following week it's Monday, Wednesday. And finally, back to basics. If you want to learn a little bit about trading right from scratch, a great little series, okay? It starts off with what is a stock? And last, my links or my scans. So here are the scans that I share. A lot of them I absolutely love. Of course, the 10-day daily breakdown really didn't do anything today. You know what did? The 10-day daily breakout. That was a star today. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. Pre-market act is up and down and the gap up and down. These are the 4 I use in the pre-market. I love this gap and continuation in reverse for kind of all day. And I've got Zacks, bouncers, and toppers. You don't have to load them all. My bouncers and toppers are a little bit different. All right, you can check them out though. Just check out what they're all about. All you have to do is when you load one of my scans or a scan from the toolbar, all you have to do before I do that, these 2 sections, a lot of information. So just save my link, okay? Save my link. Then you can look at these 2 sections anytime you want, because there's a lot of information here. So I think I'm going to save this one just in case I want to look at it on Monday, if the energy plays are still hot. Well, let's see when Alcoa was $6. How long would you have had to hold it? Wonder if we even go back that far. Yeah, so we only go back to 2009. So, oh, wait a minute. I guess, wow, it was $6 down here. Back in 2020. Yeah, I guess at the bottom of the pandemic. So you're a new trader. Well, Russia, there's a whole bunch of rare earth. I'm surprised they haven't whipped more. Because doesn't Russia have a lot of the control of some of the major rare earth plays? You're a good father, William. You're a funny man, AMD, Mr. Pavlin. Well, guys, I'm whipped. That was quite a day. Yeah, as long as you realize they're highly risky, highly risky. But you can see how easy it is to create your own scans too. You know, just add a few filters and create a price range. You know, and I mean, I think it's pretty simple to do all this once you do it a few times. Ah, okay. There is the price action. Okay, it's not as easy. So there is another one. This is competitors. Okay, that I've got checked. Now this is price action. I'm not as. Let's just take a look here. This is in theory. Yeah, I'm not in love with this one. This is in theory showing you similar price action. I mean, you really have to watch, like, look at this, but I think I'd rather stick with the competitors. Well, you know, being a Canadian, I'm looking at the TSS index, and of course, we're heavily weighted in energy plays, and the TSX index is up a lot. It really depends, JP, of course, on the spread. You know, on some, I mean, listen, on something like an Indo, the spread wasn't really a huge issue. I mean, I don't even know. I can't remember. I mean, I was in and out of this several times, but you know, right now, what are we looking at? 85, 81.43. I mean, it's a 19-cent spread, but a stock that moves $5, $6, $7, $8, you know, it's not as important. I actually, what I did a couple of times is I just, when Interactive Brokers, I just went mid. So see if they could fill me midway between the spread. So, for instance, if I had stuck to my guns on some of them and said, "Nope, I want it. It's got to be at this price," I may not have got it ever. You know, as it was moving. You too, Chris. Guys, MXC. I'm not in this one. I'm done. I'm exhausted. So I'm not in this one. I'm not even going to attempt to short it. But I mean, right now, this looks like a breakdown under 20 could really get this rocking down. Yeah, we're ANF from a couple days ago as an earnings play. ANF. Boy, look at this monthly chart. I mean, so in this case, I mean, I know some of you were talking about MARPs earlier. So this is support activities for oil and gas. So you could also do the same. So you could have, in order to really cover it all, you could pop this one out. And there's the PED as an example. So if I wanted to cover everything, so I'll pop this out. So now, I know somebody was mentioning 9 earlier as an example. I don't like us. Hi, by the way, I haven't seen you in a long time. No explanation for that. Option buy. Well, with the SPY, I mean, this is not optional, right? Down goes MXC, guys. I mean, again, I'm not taking it. I just, I'm just not taking it. But underneath 20 now, MXC. At least it was. I mean, look at that. I mean, it got down to what, 19, 18, and then an immediate pop right back up. You had to put that little dig in, William, right? About good that I noticed the VWAP. As you completely know, I did not notice the VWAP. You guys that were in PayPal, I mean, it did nothing. Just absolutely nothing, really. We got, really, I mean, you're $1, but I mean, that's not a big percentage move. It really was a very boring one today. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right regarding the VWAP. I should pay more attention to it. I don't pay as much attention to it as maybe I should, but One thing I'd like to get rid of, I can't do it in these. Oh, wait a minute. Of course I can. Here, I don't care about the company name. Here we go. Now it shrinks it down a bit. So let's see what happens. I'm going to have these two for next week. Let's see what happens. Let's see if we get some craziness out of these low floaters in these two energy related areas. Meanwhile, I'm hearing DVAX over and over and over again. DVAX. Whew, 253 guys. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, so what time is it? 2:55. So I'm just going to put the announcement in, guys. I'll be putting myself on mute really soon, and the room will be open until 3:30. And at that time, then I'll shut the room down, and then you can head over to our YouTube room if you want. And Chris will be there between 3:30 and 4:30. If you haven't had enough. Boy, dare I? Do I? The MXC, I mean, it's just basically following Indo now. That 20 break, but I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Okay, is it going to hold? Is the VWAP going to hold it? Maybe. Yeah, maybe you're right. 1946. Maybe it's going to hold it. I mean, arguably it got down quite a bit below it. Got down to 19, but will this hold it? It's an area. Oh, I hope Zach is still in that Indo short. Not too many of us could short that one. The ask is not getting below the VWAP. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I didn't see it back then, but yes. Right now, anyway. I'd be a little leery of it, though. Traders are looking at what's happening with Indo. Okay, guys, I am putting myself on mute now. Okay, so if I have to, I'll hop back on the mic if somebody asks me a question that has to be answered via the mic. Otherwise, I'm going to put myself on mute. And at around 3:30, I'll come back in, shut the room down, put the YouTube link in, so that you can head over there if you want to. So I'm going to put myself on mute right now. Okay, I am here, Del Boca. Not 100% sure I understand the question. Nothing. I have three monitors, so I never have to overlay a Trade Ideas window over another application like your brokerage platform or something like that. But I've got three monitors, so I'm not 100% sure I know what you're trying to accomplish. I may have to send you to our tech support and you can ask the same question. But I'm not. I'm not 100% sure. I know what you're trying to do. Sorry, I'm eating something. Sorry. Yes, it is cereal. Yes. Okay, I have a feeling that you're talking about keeping the focus. So if I had even in trade ideas, I can't do that. You know, if I have a like if I click here or click here and now it's gone behind. You see things like that. But um, to get a really the Windows functionality may prevent it. Okay, but I'll tell you what. Why don't you go to our homepage? We've got a couple of really good technical guys there, and they may be able to give you a hand. No guarantee, but I'll just send you to the homepage and start a conversation and ask that same question. Okay? But I think it may. I don't think you can do it, but if you click on that link, you'll go to the homepage and just start a discussion.
Alrighty, 3:30. Sorry, starting a moment here later than I intended, but 3:30-ish nonetheless. Late day Q&A for trade ideas. I see question already there, so Dugster, thanks. Would this be a good place or time to ask about TI commissions for using the platform? We're not a broker, so we don't. There's no commissions from us. The our simulator simulates some commissions, but that's really it. But no, no commissions on our end of anything. The only two brokers we link directly with are going to be IB and E-Trade. E-Trade, the only commissions in E-Trade is whatever exchange fees that they pass on. Usually, it's a penny or two or something like that. And IB, depending on what the share size you're taking, I'll say is typically $1 to $2 in a trade and $1 to $2 out of a trade. I mean, if you're taking massive share size, if you're taking 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,000 shares, then that's a different story. I don't know exactly what their fees are. So, a very, very interesting day this week. Sorry, just getting a message here that I had to respond to. Another interesting week. Chop, 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 chop. All those fun things like that. As we said, home on the range. We gapped down this morning. We continue to move down. We moved below 430 by a good little bit on the SPY. Looked like maybe we were headed lower, and then I don't know what happened, but the buying machines came on. We almost filled the gap to the upside, and then we started moving back down. We've been sideways since. So home on the range. Hopefully anybody that's in here, any few of you that are in here were part of yesterday's live stream that we did where I shared what I use for my races and walked you through how to do the customs on this one. Been some real gems on there today. I traded this. I got a nice scalp in this one. Should have held on for more, obviously. Look at that move that it ended up making, but I made a nice good move right here. This had a great race alert real early back here, as a matter of fact. So, had a few chances to get in and out on this one here. And, the way I'm utilizing these races is when I come across charts that interest me and I throw a price alert on there to track them. I've done something a little different here. I put this price alerts now here on this. So here's some stuff that I was watching and traded today. And just kind of how I'm, doing things right now. For about 18, 19, 20 months, I'd really switched to swing trading, 2, 3, 4 day holds. Things were working great on that. About halfway through last year, that was not working. I struggled from halfway last year. Let's say I struggled from about August of 2021 right through the end of this past year. And I just started messing around with the races and put me back to day trading for now, because what I like to do with swing trading just doesn't work. That's all there is to it. So anyways, that's that. So JP, hi, I'm Doc Channel Short Squeeze. I know all the moderators have been going over the racing a lot. Generally speaking, are the races to help a trader enter position or follow their position? No, for me, the races are to help you see what is moving right this minute. It's like taking top lists and essentially almost turning them into alert windows. I had someone today that emailed and asked about getting alerts with a 9 EMA, and I said, well, first, we don't have EMAs, we have the SMA, but we have an 8 SMA, and you could create a top list with an 8 SMA and some other interesting factors that you want to look at for data, and then that top list will tell you, here are the stocks that meet what you're looking for, and then you could turn it into a race, and the race says, this is how this stuff is really, really moving right now. And that's where I think the benefit is the stock races. I wouldn't, look at this one. I mean, this thing came in here on a race for me. All right, and I just kind of disregarded it, and now look at what it did since then. Let's see. So I saw it somewhere around probably 17, closer to $17. Ran all the way up to almost 27. The races are why I'm seeing this. and there's no one way to run a race. You run a race based on the top list. So, I mean, we can pull up that channel, and if you have specific questions on it, of course, I can answer any of those questions and go over some thoughts about that specific channel. Sorry, so just looking at these messages. So, all right, sorry, just looking at a couple things here. Let's see, you got a new docked channel bar. Just the size of this so that I can bring it over to the screen. It has a different resolution. And what are we looking for? Short squeeze channel. Let's open that bad boy up. Okay, so squeeze me. Who's moving now? So what this has done, all right? So let's right click and come to the configure first. So this top list, this is what the top list is doing. The top list is saying, I'm going to bring you stocks between 3 and 200 with a float minimum of that. The position in the year has got to be there. The short float's got to be this much, and it's got to have this much average daily volume, all right? And so it says, all right, those are the stocks I'm bringing you. Now, once you see those stocks like that, all right, this is how the race is going to look. We're going to run 22 lanes, apparently, is what they've got put here. 10 minutes per race. We're running it on a change from close, and we're going to drop cars on and off as they come on and off those races, all right, or off those top lists. And that's what it's doing there. All right, and so now you can say, that's great. Now top list normally looks like this right here. We can see that these stocks all match what's going on the cars here. And you look at the top list and you say, all right, but how does that help me? Well, here's how it helps you. Now you can see what is physically moving right now, and you don't have to just do it on change from close. You can do it on, like I'm using change 1 minute and 2 minute percents on my races to see what's moving right now. And that's how I'm doing it. So, sorry, just messages coming in. So hopefully that kind of makes sense then. Would it be a short duration trade then? Well, look, every trade is based on what you see on a chart. You have to think about what you're looking for in your strategy, what your rules are, your risk parameters, all those things like that. So for example, today, now, take a look at where, all right. Take a look at this here. If I have this coming in on a chart, all right, I'm not looking at this, as a long-term play, especially seeing all these big spikes and things like that. I'm hoping to get a little piece of something like that when I looked at that. Versus if I'm looking at a chart like, well, I traded this today, and part of me wishes I held a little more. But now when I look at a chart, look at a chart like this, let's see, we've got this nice base that formed here in a low risk reward situation going on right now with that. So, and if we got through that, then we're looking up at there somewhere like that. So, I'm looking at charts and determining how am I playing this? What term am I playing this on? What I always tell people is any scan can be anything you want it to be. Any scan could be a swing scan. Any scan could be a scalp scan. I mean, there becomes some differentiation based on what the scan is looking for. But it's the chart in the end that should determine what you are going to do with that trade. And that's where I'm really going with this. So, for example, looking at this Y10 chart, I look at a couple things. One, it's in agriculture, and we see what agriculture stocks have been doing recently, all right? Two, we see this thing can move like crazy. Three, it's, a low price stock, so I don't have to take a real big share size to see a nice move upside, and I can't fall that far till I get to zero if that's what I want to use as my stop or anything else, or even this right here, that $3 level, give or take, as a stop. So all of us, you got to look at the charts and what you're thinking in risk reward and why you're thinking it's a risk reward and things like that. So based on the race right now, would I enter ESTE? So let me pull that chart up and let me look at the other chart. I mean, now I can't tell you whether you want to enter this or not, but what I can say is, from my perspective, these are the things that I'm going to look at. It's an energy. We can see what energy is doing, especially after they just put out a press release, apparently, that they're going to possibly cut off Russian oil. We're not going to drill anymore. It is what it is. Keystone was just blocked, I saw, again, by the Democrats, so it is what it is. Energy's already really bullish, and all these news things are coming out bullish. And I'm not a news person in general, but I happen to just see all these things. So now I can look at this chart, and I'm going to say, all right, we've got a short float of almost 16%. All right, the float's only almost 17 mil. Short growth, look at that short growth in that, and look at where this stock is headed right now, all right, where it's going. So you've got all these people that are going to have to start to cover, and if nothing else, look at those days to cover. I mean, look at that. So just on a technical basis, looking at all those items, and forget about anything else other than, let's just pretend we don't know any news whatsoever. We know that energy is bullish as heck. Oil's through the roof recently. We know that this is a small float, big short float, really up since the beginning of the year. Look at that short growth. Look at this days to cover, okay? Just on a technical basis, all right? And we have this beautiful set of higher lows, all right? And now we've even could say maybe we got a pullback entry, and we have a flag that's set up right here too. Look at that flag. So on a technical, this looks great. Now, does that mean it's going to be a winner? I have no idea. But we could sit here and say, well, this area, look at that area. That looks like a pretty defined area for downside risk. All right. Do you want to call that your upside? Do you want to call that your upside? All right. And what's the all-time high on this thing? All right. So we're way off the lifetime high of 37. But my point being here is, the scan shows us ideas. Now we have to take those ideas and make them our own. How we make them our own. The last thing I want to throw out with that is earnings is coming up March 9th, post-market. So just be careful with that. And I just throw this out there. Always just double verify. When you're trading something close to earnings, just verify those earnings on a second source, please. I've seen our earnings not be right, and we ping FactSet about it, and then they blame that the company made a original bad filing on the earnings date, and that it wasn't properly updated. Blah 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 blah. So the blame game gets passed around. So that's what you got to look at. The scan returns us the ideas. All right. So based on the race right now, would I enter? I can't tell you that, JP. I can't say yes, enter a stock, or no, don't enter a stock. You have to decide you have to decide. I'm not a financial advisor. I can't, we can't do that. Sorry. But, we look at, like I said, this returns us the ideas. Am I going to cry in my soup right here? No, we're good. Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry, and I thought you double posted what I entered based on the ST. For some reason, it showed a double post in my thing, and then it went away as a double post. I'm not sure, it's like a bug or something for in the chat. But yeah, so not just for you, but for anybody that's watching right now, the idea is this: these scans return us ideas, and then from there, what we do with them, you know, that's what we got to figure out, man. Here's another one that came on this, another alert that came that was beautiful. Where are we at now with this? So still holding up nice. Now look, some of these here that have been spiking that are in the energy area, um, they could be holds. I mean, I'm looking at this right here. I'm just thinking to myself, now the original setup that I like back in here is gone, and a few pennies makes a difference on small stocks like this, at least for me in the way I share size. So, those things have to be considered, of course. But looking at at a $3. What's going on with my tool here? Got a $3 downside risk there, we can say, or we could even tighten that up and say up here is more of a downside risk. And pushing through this, we've got room to run up over $5, I'd say. Very small float. However, this does not have the short float like the other, what we were just looking at. No short float, and the shorts have moved out of that. So, and remember, relative strength to a sector as well. And not everything that comes to a race, obviously, just as a disclaimer here for the group in general, not everything that comes through these races is going to be a gem. This was something on an early race for me. I thought to myself, all right, the way it's coming up right now, earnings are behind it. If we can push through, that's a nice level to get through to another shot that's, moving up that way. That was not what happened. I set my price alerts and never went down. And this is a blast from the past of yesterday, and why, a lot of these races that I run right now, or not a lot of these races, these two races that I run right now, haven't, shown stuff that I'm always interested in a swing trade, or I'm going to be willing to swing trade. I see that it looks like the market's selling off right now. Is that correct? Yeah, a little bit. All right. This one yesterday, part of me thought, do I want to share sizes for a swing trade? Because look at this gap from whatever this did right through here. That looks kind of interesting. But I decided, no, I'm going to treat it as a day trade. I did thusly, and I'm happy I did because bottom got dropped right out. No, short squeeze is not the same as low float. A short squeeze means that you have people essentially betting on the price of the stock to fall. So they've borrowed shares. As the price goes up, obviously they're at a loss, and with shorting stocks, there is no limit to how much money you can lose on a short, because a stock can go up forever. Where, let's throw out the idea that oil went negative. Generally speaking, a stock can only go to zero, and then that's it. That's the max loss that you can have. But this stock can go forever on a short side. So as the stock goes up and people are short it, they have to buy that stock back, further pushing the price higher as they buy that stock back at a higher price to cover their short. And that's what a short squeeze becomes, when people have to rush to get out of their shorts because they're either taking a massive loss or they're going to get margin called. So that's what a short squeeze means. Now, typically it happens with lower float stocks, let's say stocks under 100 million in the float, but it could happen with stocks with a few hundred mil in the float, for sure. So, and again, this is an open forum here, so anybody else with questions, please fire those away. I mean, and you continue to fire your questions away too, please, because this stuff keeps me engaged and makes the time pass much, 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 much nicer. So let's see, BTU. And this thing going ham. What about coal, rest of coal, TECK? What do you look like? Very nice. Very, very nice TECK. And of course, Steve from the Trade of the Week. What a move on this Trade of the Week, huh? Steve, he got a lot of flack for 2021. It was a tough year on the Trade of the Week for him. He's on fire so far in 2022, 3 months and counting. So let's see, Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. So here's, the call on this, and up over 20 bucks on that. LNTH. What are we looking at? LNTH. What say you, LNTH? Wow, what a move. They must have had news, I guess. I don't know. It's a total chase right now. I mean, look at that. It wouldn't. I can open it up in a second and look, but unless it has a short float involved in it, um, then no. But let me open that up in a second. When we go through this chart. No, no, no. Don't be sorry. Throw questions away. I'll get to all of them. I'll get to all of them. All right. So on this here, LNTH, I'm guessing their earnings blew something out of the water. They've made this huge move up. If you are in it from down here, might not hurt to take some profit. I mean, that's obviously going to be up to you. But I wouldn't be putting money to work on it right now. Other than if you're going to put money on it to work right now, like if someone said, Chris, you have to put money to work on this. We don't care if you lose money, but you have to make a trade on this right now. Well, then I'm probably using the low of today as my stop. And obviously, taking out that high is very bullish. And we're at a lifetime high right now. Also, let's look at this thing. Doesn't really have much of a short float, and it has a negative short growth on it, so there's no fuel for that there. So that's what I'm looking at. If you can keep this range and start to push higher, you know what I mean. And I think if you start to give, the second you really start to give back this gap, it's game over for you. So that's what I'm looking at there for it. But to make a $20 move on a $30 stock in a couple of days, I mean, that's an incredible increase. So you can't expect that to continue to going up. And then Extreme Master Blaster, let me load that. Load from Cloud. So which one? Extreme Master Blaster, low float scan. Strategies. So low float configure. So no, in this you're just looking at, stocks that are, less than 20 mil in the float with some serious volume going on and up from the previous day. That's it. So no, something might be getting short squeeze that comes through it, but it's not looking for short squeeze. So something came through it and it had a high short float and it was really starting to move up, then you'd consider it was being short squeezed, that particular stock. So that's what that would mean there for you. Looking for structured training as a new trader scalper, like what I see so far. What would be the best way to use TI? There is no best way to use TI. It's like walking into a pizzeria and saying, I'll have your best slice, and then you hate anchovies, but they hand you an anchovy slice. You don't go into the restaurant and say, I'll have the food. You don't go to TI and say, I'll have the scan. There's, infinite amount of scans, Dugster. But what I'd say to you is this. The best way to use TI is to recognize who and what you are as a trader and what you're looking for, and then concentrating on that. Not having too many windows open at once. During the trading day, I think the less windows you have that are quality windows, and when I say quality, it's going to be quality to your setup, what you are looking for. That's the best way to use TI. So, if like you want help with a scan, or you're like, can I get some scans that look for these kinds of things? We can definitely get you going on that, Dugster. We don't have every scan ever thought of in the sense of, when there are limitations what we can and can't build with scan, but, where's the YOLO scan? There's plenty of YOLO scans out there. I don't know if you always want to enter the stocks coming through the YOLO scan. But so back to what I was saying there, Dugster. Throw us an email if you want, as you think about something you might want to see in some scans, and we can help build some templates for you or send you some channels and things like that. info@trade-ideas.com. This goes for anybody. If you're looking for scans or anything like that, we're happy to share scans with you. I mean, there's a lot in the channel bar. Where's my channel bar? There's a lot going on in here, and each is themed, and you could always find out what the themes of these channels are right here. And you can go to help, channel descriptions. All right. We do need to update that. Maybe that's something I need to work on this weekend. Um, we do need to work on that a little bit to update that. But there's a description for all the channels that are here for sure. I think we've removed a channel or two or combined some channels. But Alpha Predator's looking for those big alpha stocks, more kind of fast moving scalp stuff. Stock surging, making a real big move right this moment, short squeeze, so on and so forth. So they're all kind of themed there. Yeah, BTU, BTU's gone nuts already, so, not BTU, but you, there's no real getting, for me anyways, no getting into that now. That ship has sailed. We'll see if it can consolidate and then move up from there afterwards. But again, so to wrap up what I was saying there for you, Dukester, think about who you are as a trader, what you're looking for, and concentrating on those kinds of scans coming out of trade ideas. And like I said, if we can walk you through building a scan during these live Q&As. We do them twice daily. We have lots of scans, berry share scans, so there's a lot of stuff to get you going right away. And then, sorry, trying to catch up on the questions. What is the minimum numeric that can be entered in the alert window for VWAP percent? The minimum numeric value, you can put negative numbers. So like let's go to configure of this window here and let's look at VWAP. Actually, I think I use VWAP in this, don't I? No, I must use VWAP in the other one. Hold on, let me look at this one. Yeah, this one uses VWAP. So I'm looking at VWAP 1 is today's VWAP. VWAP 2 would be anchored from yesterday, and 3 the day before, and so on and so forth. But you can put whatever you want. Here's this. So Bob, the show me function here. When you add the VWAP that you want, you can change things in here, and it'll tell you what the scan's doing. So right now, with a minus 0.15 VWAP, I'm telling the scan, show me stocks where the price is above the VWAP, the price is at the VWAP, but it's no more than this amount below the VWAP. So that's where that's what you could do for an alert window. And that these are filters on the VWAP. We don't have an alert that you can attach VWAP to and give it a value like this. So that's where you'd be with that. Let me know if that makes sense, Bob, or you need me to go further on that. And JP, what I'm wondering, if I wanted to catch scans at high at INDO, MXC, should I stay within short squeeze channel or create a custom channel? You could do either one. Probably both of those were in those, and I also had all those in these here that I shared yesterday. These races that I shared yesterday had both of those. So you could. There's a lot of ways to do that, and you could back engineer, JP, a scan that would find those moves using the stocks like this page as well. And I know there's more questions. I see the arrow down. I just want to, going through each one of these here. So yeah, Debbie, I could share those again, sure. Just remember, the one with the 1 minute change requires the customs in it. Load from cloud. Sorry, looking for those scans so I can share them straight out of the cloud. So here's the one that requires no customs. This is just the straight up scan. That's this one here. And then let me show you the racing, how I race it. Show race setup. So here's the race setup, if you want to see that. So there's that. All right, let you guys grab a screenshot of that, or if you want to jot it down or whatever, and to verbalize what I'm doing there. I use 10 lanes. I run 3-minute races. The race is based on 2-minute percent change, or change 2-minute percent, whatever you want to call it. I sort on the delta value, and I have replace cars and auto rerun checked for that race. All right. Um, oh right, yeah, the recording's up there of that yesterday too, so that works also. And then this one here. So anybody that wants this one here, I mean, I'm gonna share it out. If it if there's no questions coming in whatsoever, I'll go over how to put the customs in it again and what the customs are. Otherwise, go to yesterday's recording, as Perfect Circle was saying on the YouTube channel, and there's I did a walkthrough there of that. I mean, I don't have a problem doing it a second time. Just if there are new questions today, I'll try to get to those instead. Is all. Share. But like I said, this one here requires those two customs. So it's in the scan, and you just have to run the race. So there's that. I shared the second scan there. Like I said, this one requires a couple of customs to put in there. Yeah, JP, you're gonna fast forward towards the end of the day on yesterday's recording from the trading room. There's nothing complicated. You don't need to know coding. It's just simply logging into the custom filter, custom editor, whatever it is, and copy pasting things. That's all there is to it. And then Bob, I saw your race configuration, but how did you get the relative view op? So this is how. There's a top list here. There's a top list behind each one of these races. All right. So they're tabbed behind. So right here's the top list. So this top list is what's populating into the race. So the top list says, I'm bringing you these stocks, and then the race says, now I'm going to show you how those stocks are moving. And so here's what the top list looks like. And this was the first scan that I shared. And so this is this is all I'm looking at here. Price between $4 and $50. Got to be up from yesterday. Relative volume of 3. Traded at least 125,000 shares today. Cannot be any more than that below the VWAP of today. And is doing 3 times normal 5-minute volume as a 10-day average. And that's what it'd be doing. And that's that race. And then this race here, the two customs that you're going to need are going to work like this. Let me first bring up the top list. So this change 1 minute percent does not default exist in top list. It only default exists in alert windows. So that's the one custom you have to add. There's no value to this. You just need this column because that's what you're racing on. All right. But the custom you need for the scanning is a 1 minute volume. All right, let's see. So this 1 minute volume is unique to my cloud account. So you just have to add a 1 minute volume to your cloud account, like I went over in in yesterday's session, and give it a value of 400. So when I shared this scan, what's going to happen when you load it? It's going to try to, whatever your custom U0 is, it's going to just put that in there. So for example, if you had a custom that was based on float or something like that as U0, it'll be putting that there, not my custom as U0. And that's where the caveat is with this scan. And so that's what I've done. And again, like I said, it's not necessarily reinventing the wheel, any of this for the stock races. It's just we took bar charts and made them kind of fancy with 8-bit graphics essentially. But it works, and that's all there is to it, So, and again, at its core, this is how the top list race combo works. You're telling the top list, I want you to find me these stocks. All right, based on these metrics, I think these are going to be stocks that are interesting and strong to look at based on whatever it is. Now, I've chosen stuff that's going to be more short-term kind of spike trading, right? That's what I kind of did here. Then the race says, okay, now I'm telling the race, all right, now that the top list has found me these stocks, race, I want you to show me how those stocks at the top of the list are moving. And that's where the race lanes come in. All right, so I've chosen 10 lanes. You could go 15 lanes or 20 lanes. You could go 5 lanes and have more of a focus if you want. But it's going to show you the top ones on the list based on how many lanes you have, and then you're going to run it for X amount of time. And I'm going to be honest, I arbitrarily chose 3 minutes. I have no real reason. Now, thinking back on it, if I wanted to change it or not, I decided, you know what? I like the 3-minute races because I like seeing how many times things have won a race in these short periods. So, I mean, look at MXC, 18 wins on this, all right? Look at that chart for 18 wins, all right? Seed, 11 wins, all right? Let's see what else do we got. USEG, 3 wins, all right? CRESY, 4 wins, all right? So we can see kind of a pattern develop here. Some of these ones that have won a number of races, we're going for the day. Now, KLXE only won 2 races, but I can guarantee you every one of these stocks that I'm talking about were on these races all day long, basically. And today was a very good day on these races. Yesterday was kind of Wednesday was decent. Tuesday was decent. Monday was kind of So it's not like every day these races are throwing out massive winners. But I've had a really great 6-7 week stretch with the races recently. And, once is beginner's luck, twice as extra beginner's luck, all of a sudden, 5, 6, 8 times becomes a trend, and I've got a good trend going on with the races, so definitely alerting to good stuff. RX, what did you end up doing? Nothing. So look, like I said, not all winners. Here's a terrible one from this. But I'll say this too. My best winners have not been from things that have gapped down and reversed. All my best winners have been either gap ups that pulled back slightly because I set a price alert looking for them like that, or gap ups that consolidated for a while that I set a price alert and then moved up again afterwards. And so that's, I guess the part that I'm not showing right now. I'm going to try to make videos. I was trying to make a video today of me trading with the races. My problem is I have a lot of notifications and personal information on the screen that has the races going during the day and how my whole way I like to trade is set up. And so I can't record the screen as it is right now, but I'm trying to work on moving some stuff around without completely interrupting how I trade so I can record some of me racing because, like I said, these pop up and then next thing you know I'm setting price alerts. Y10, I'd set a price alert on this thing. You see the price alert here now, but I'd actually had a price alert that was originally actually below where I even got the fill, down here. All right, so this thing had made a move up early. I set a pullback price alert. It went off. I set orders to get filled. I had to keep bumping that order up actually because I couldn't get a fill and I wanted a fill so bad on this. And eventually I did get that fill. All right, so there's an example how I use the price alert. Oh, P10, I hate you. P10, I just went right in on this one today. But anyways, that had nothing to do with races, so let's skip that. Seed. I had price alerts on Seed, but I didn't like how whippy it was through here, and then it curled all the way down, and eventually came back and got my price alert again. And I had a price alert set somewhere around 790, and that price alert, it went off, and I decided, you know what, I'm going to take it. So it was an all-day thing for Seed with me, and now it was on my races most of the day, and we could see it had a lot of winners. But it just wasn't rushing. I was waiting for my setup. My setup won't be your setup, but the races gave me the idea is what I'm going at here. And that's it. Those are the price alerts that mattered. I deleted other price alerts from throughout the day here. I keep my price alerts window really clean. I'm only looking at stuff I'm thinking about really taking some action on. Barry shared a scan earlier today that I would like to understand more. He called it Zach's Bouncers. What makes the scan unique? I have no idea. I've never seen Zach's Bouncers. Is it on Barry's homepage? Let me look it up. Zach's bouncers and toppers. All right, so let me look this up here. Load from cloud. So what makes these unique? It's going to be, right in what we're doing here. So right click, configure. So which one did I do first? Bounce plays. All right, so this is stocks making a new low on the day. All right, so it has to be making a new low. And we come to the window specific filters, hide unused. So he's looking at stocks between 2 and 50 bucks. They have to be at least down at least 3% from the previous day's close. They have to have traded 500,000 shares today. 1 minute RSI can be no more than 15%. So we're talking about massively oversold. 2 minute range has to be at least 15 cents. And this won't start scanning until 20 minutes after the stock market opens, so 9:50 Eastern time. And that's what makes the scan unique, and that's what he's looking for in it. So what he's looking for is stuff that has really made a sharp move down, all right? And now he's looking to try to take a bounce play on that sharp move down. And so that's how that scan works. And scan number 2, going to be your topper, is going to be exactly the opposite, I'd have to imagine. New high on the day, right? Yep, so new high on the day. And now we're looking at, again, stocks between 2 and 50 bucks, but it's got to be up 3% from close, so it's essentially flipped. Same amount of volume. Massive, pretty overbought. 70 is overbought considered overbought on RSI, so we're looking at an 85 RSI. Again, 15 cents on the 2 minute range, and we're still not starting until 20 minutes after the open, so at 9:50 a.m. Eastern again. And so now he's looking at stocks that made a real big move and have topped out, and we're possibly setting below. So I would surmise that, Zach or anybody using the scan probably gets these alerts and maybe set some price alerts accordingly to see on those charts of those alerts that come through how they may or may not work. I don't think he's running right in and buying all the alerts. I've never watched the scan in action. But the idea behind it, however anybody decides to play it, is the fact that you're looking for the toppers, stuff that's had a real big move up, is way overbought on a 1 minute RSI, and looking for a downturn on that, and then vice versa on the bouncers. So hopefully that all makes sense. Yeah, here's the thing, JP. I have alerts and things that come up all over the place, and then I have all the other troubleshooting that I do during the day. That stuff's up on my screen. Like sometimes it's covering everything I do. It's covering my races. I bring things up all the time. So, for example, I can't even bring any of it over. But essentially, I have here. Essentially, my screen will look like this, only with this isn't the web page that'll be up. This is with the emails that I'm answering throughout the day, and the races are covered. And I have to constantly, I put it down, and then I bring it back up again. And so the whole thing would have to be chopped and edited, and there's going to be, people's account information and things like that are there. And so that's my problem. It's my entire screen gets taken up sometimes. Not just a section of it. I have all the notifications that I have coming through here, and then I have all kinds of emails and chats and things like that are going on here from, talking with users. That's the problem. It's my whole screen gets taken up. I can't just section it. No, yeah, thanks. Someone mentioned it to me earlier, and I didn't think of that, and so I'm going to try to figure a way to work that in. Because as anybody knows, when someone has a good trading setup, messing with that setup is not a very good idea. So I already made one switch today. I put this price alerts window here because normally my price alerts window actually lives with this window over here, like this, and on a completely different screen than where I'm scanning. So I've already, I'm taking some steps to do that now because I want to show people what I'm doing. and how I'm actually using the races, because at the end of the day, Barry always says this all the time, and especially when the races first came out, and other people were saying it too. How does this make me money? This is great, really cool. Cars racing across the screen, wonderful. But how do I make money on this? Well, this is how. This is how I'm making money on it. Now think about how you might want to make money on it. But that's why I want to get these recordings up, and so hopefully I'll get one or two, at least one or two next week. We'll see what happens, and be able to share those out. Barry's watching. Barry's watching. Yeah, of course. I like doing these sessions. I would have thought we'd get more traction in this, considering how many users we have of the software and how many emails we get a day. I'm struggling. I need help. You know, hundreds of emails a week saying that, and we tell everybody, please come to the traders room, come to the live sessions. What do you want help with? I need help. That's you don't call you don't call the tax accountant and say I need help and then just hang up the phone. But I know I'm really more talking into the void because you folks are all here already. Um, I started this, let's see, September, so all September, October, November, December, January, February, March. I started this 6 months ago and just really no traction in it. So internally, internally they're talking about another direction with this. We'll see what happens. Um, when I started this of my own accord, there was no call to action saying, hey, one of you guys from support have to do a late day Q&A for users. I just said, look, I think our users could benefit from more live screen time. I don't know about trading live on screen. First off, I'm not going to have a competing session with Barry anyways. That makes no sense whatsoever. Plus, if I was half the trader Barry was, I'd probably just, I'd be retired and from TI and just trade on my own. I'm teasing because I love working here. But my point being is that what Barry does in trading like that live is magical, because he's not just trading and sharing his screen and have everything organized like that. He's watching YouTube chat and the traders room chat and making sure that people are behaving themselves, at the same time answering questions. And just to have your mind pull that many directions is a real talent that he has, because human beings are not good at multitasking regardless of what anyone thinks. It is not something we are good at. But I think, like I said, recording my screen and not having to talk, because I can go back and put audio in afterwards, what my thoughts were, and you can see what was going on my screen. So anyways, I'm going to get it together one of these days, and we'll do it. Oh my God, seed, what a move. That 1 minute volume still going nuts. Properties, show post market. Boom. Well, that's exactly it, JP. It makes sense because, I think about it all the time. We see, we see the same emails come in over and over again, whether it's someone that's having trouble logging in because the system's case sensitive, or their pre-market scans aren't working because they have, for example, relative volume in them. So it becomes a lot of rinse and repeat, which that part makes it actually very nice and easy for us. But the more directed stuff like what we're doing in here, I just think they'd greatly benefit from being at these. The ones that struggle the most, I understand there's always going to be the magic money machine people that want that. They want no work and they just want the 100% ideas. But that's never going to be the way it works. But look, the reason I pound the table on it so hard in the Trade Ideas community itself is I literally learned everything I know about trading from here. I mean, obviously I had to go and look things up. I didn't know what RSI meant, so I went and studied what RSI was. EMAs, same thing, SMAs, all these things like that. But this pointed me in directions about what a support line is, about all these different things. Um, no, I'm not in seed. I sold it. I sold real fast. I got in right there. I sold it right there. I had two sales right here. I sold one right here, and then when it made this move up and it couldn't get through that, and that becomes a shooting star candle. I said, nah, Friday, I don't want to take anything risk home. This thing has already done this once today. I don't want to see it do it to me, and so I closed the rest of the trade right there, and then of course it did that. So. Terrical. This is a great session, but for some of us, it's early 9:20 p.m. Oh, it's already 9:20 p.m. Brain's starting to shut down. But yeah, and that's the other thing too for me. So it's like I start my day at 5 a.m. You know, 5 days a week, and even on the weekends I'm up at like 5:30 in the morning, my time. And so by the time 5 o'clock rolls around, like right now, I'm tired. I am tired. There's no two ways about that. So I get that. It's hard because the market hours are the market hours. We have a teammate here, Stephanie, that works with us, and she's in South Africa, and she starts her day here at sometimes 3:30 in the morning Eastern time, and she's still around right now. I just have to believe she takes a nap during the day or something. I don't know how. I don't know how she does it otherwise, because she's a machine, literally a machine. What she does, just unbelievable. So yeah, I get that. That part's hard. And then the guys, Steve and Barry, they're on the West Coast here, so they start their days insanely early too, in the same kind of way. I'm glad you're finding these sessions really helpful there, Jock. Um, Really, that makes me feel better. In fact, I got to use that for ammo. Sorry, just making sure I'm just scrolling back on the questions here, making sure I got everything that I needed. And if I missed anybody, I'm just scrolling back to make sure I didn't miss anybody. If I missed anybody, please ask the question again. So B cell. Oof. So, how would you find something like this? Your scan's just got to be looking for things like this. So you got to look at stuff that would be under this right now. So your scan would have to be looking for things like this. So, think about what we see on the single stock window. We could start there. So, we'd have to have something that was looking at a float, at least in that range, short float, a minimum maybe 10% or something like that. The price range has got to be right. So this thing would have had to, depending on where you're looking to catch it, things like that. So what I'd point you to is this. So Blue Moon, are you familiar with our stocks like this page? If not, let me open a new tab. So if anybody comes to our homepage, hello, that didn't work at all. Um, Open link and new tab. Okay, there we go. So anybody that wants to back engineer a scan, all right, you come to our homepage. Okay, this is going to be great for you then, Blue Moon. I'm going to show two angles to do this, all right? And for back engineering anything, all right? So come to our homepage, all right? Once you've loaded the homepage, you're going to look over here. Going to give everybody a moment that wants to do this to catch up to load that homepage, all right? And you're going to look for support all the way to the right. And we'll click support. All right, give everybody another moment here to catch on that. All right, and once we're on support, we're going to scroll down and we're going to find traders area. All kinds of cool things in here, all right? What we want is the stocks like this page. We go ahead and click that. Now everything in here is delayed by at least 15 minutes, all right? Because we can't put live data in here because it's open to the public, all right? And we can put B cell in here. And today's date, March 4th. It's going to be a 5-minute duration from the time period we choose. So let's just say, let's see if we were trying to catch it at, let's say 3. Let's see what happens when we get at 3:15. So it's at 15, right? Am I doing that right? Yeah. All right, so that's going to be between 3:15 and 3:20. And when we hit submit, this is going to tell us every alert that it met in that 5 minute from 3:15 to 3:20 Eastern time, all right? It's going to tell us every alert that would have triggered, and it's going to tell us what all the values of every filter that we have were during that time, all right? And so you could go back through and you could pick some of the filters that you really like to scan on and engineer a scan to be built based around that essentially, all right? And what you could do to take it a step further, for example, let's just say we're going to do this as an alert window. Oh my God, I can't believe it's 3:30 already. We're going a few minutes overtime today. Give me a second, I have to log out of things here. Bear with me, folks. All right. Okay, now back to it. No, we can go a couple minutes overtime. There's messages coming in, end of the week messages that are coming in, so I will have a slightly split thing, and then I'll wrap it up after this. Let me just make sure I get all these get all these questions here that are all these messages. Okay. So no, this is during this 5 minutes is what it's saying is during those 5 minutes, every one of these alerts were met at some point during those 5 minutes. Okay. And it's also saying during these 5 minutes, here was your minimum value on your 5 minute volume. Here's your maximum value on that 5 minute volume, your 10 minute volume, so on and so forth. So this is what the stats were in those 5 minutes of every one of these filters. And so we can take this and we can back engineer a scan right now like this. All right. So I can pick, all right, we can select a few things now here. Now you're limited in how much you can select because the string code that this is going to create, the collaboration code that we're going to make right here, can only be so long, but it's all going to make sense in a moment. So let's just say, let's get a running up alert. All right. And let's say we want a 5 minute volume we're going to use. All right. And let's just go, let's go with a price range. All right. And let's see. Let's go with trying to find things that'll be kind of relative to what we're doing here. Change from close maybe. That's a massive change from close already at this point. We're going to use this anyways. All right. And is there anything else? No, let's just keep it to those items. All right. So now you see how I put check marks in just those couple of things. All right. And now we can come down and we can go, bear with me, I forget all this I haven't done in a while. All right, so selected, so copy to a configure window. All right, so we hit selected. All right, and this is going to bring us to this here. All right, and this essentially gave us this code right here. We can copy this code. All right. I think there's something down here too. Let me check. Accept changes. Copy. All right. So when I copied this code up here and I went to a new alert window, all right, this is what it gave me. So it opened this window right here for me, all right? And so this is what it is, and everything we just did there is in here, and it called it even stocks like B-cell. And so we can see the selected that I put all this, and then we could refine this. We could say, well, I don't want it just like this, but maybe I want maybe I want to look at stocks in between $2 and $6 instead. I'm going to make it my own, but this will find me stocks that were like that. And so that's how we can back engineer a scan essentially using the stocks like this page. So again, let me go back and show that again. What I did here, and bring this over. All right, so we went through and I selected all those items. All right. And then after I selected those items, they're all in here selected, those couple of items. I went to selected, all right, and it brings me to this page here, and I can just copy this right here. Copy, all right, I can go file, I can go load from cloud. Nope, cancel. Go new alert window and press OK. And I can go collaborate, and I can delete what's in here, paste this, press OK, and everything's in there, just what I did. And if we go to summary, stocks like B-cell, cancel, all right. And so that's what that is. The second way you could do this, I just kind of discovered, is this. If we scroll all the way down, and we go with accept these changes, all right, it's going to bring us to this page here, which I think is actually going to try to kick me out from my account. I don't know why this does this like this. All right, and now if I go new, copy again. So if I did that like that, when I went new alert window, it loaded a window just like this too. So two different ways to do that, all right? So again, if you're on this last page, all you have to do is highlight this, copy it, go new, alert window, and it'll give you exactly what we just made by doing that. So that's a way to back engineer a scan that you can find stocks that did just like what that did. And then of course you can take those filters and you can widen them out a bit. So you're looking at not just such a narrow set of data for only B cell, for example. And Blue Moon, maybe very dumb question, but why wouldn't you select many of the alerts that were triggered for your own scan and select a heartbeat so that they're all triggered again? Because here's why. Not every alert works well with every filter set. I'm a personal believer, generally speaking, 1 or 2 selected alerts, and that's it. I think if you want to have different alert windows, put them into a multi-window together. But if I'm looking for stocks moving up, I don't want to have, I don't want to make sure I don't have any kind of bearish reversal alerts instead. Yes, yeah, that kicked me out. It's weird that it does that. I forget the reason. Reset. So looking at some of these alerts, they just don't make sense to go together because the alerts work independent of each other and they work with the filters though. So, if it's a bullish scan and maybe you want to make sure you're getting the alerts, maybe taking 2 or 3 bullish alerts, a new high, a running up, and maybe a check mark or something like that, just using those as examples. You could put them together if you want. My other thing too is whenever I make an alert window, I don't want a lot of alerts. I want quality alerts. I don't want quantity of alerts. But not everybody is like that either. So that's my reasoning for it. To each their own. Like I always say, everybody's got their own style, what they're looking for out of the software, so on and so forth. So keep those things in mind. That you want to tailor it to you. Right now, I'm more tailoring it to me essentially. But that's how that goes. So that's kind of my 2 cents there. The last thing that I'll show and share real quick here is this. Barry created a stocks like this template with an alert window. So first I'll share the window and then I'll share what it does. Because the stocks like this page, its history does not go back nearly as far as our data, which I get. Everybody would like our data to go back further. I'd like our data to go back further, but neither here nor there. So this scan here, if anybody wants to follow along, can open that up, all right? And it looks like this here, all right? Oh, no, that's the wrong one. Sorry, don't load that one. Oh, you can load that one, but that was when we lost stock twits. This is the scan. Load this one up. All right. And Barry took and made a stocks like this template essentially. So what Barry did is he took an alert window, all right, and in the configure, what he did was he made it no filters. There's no live filter in here. He put new high as a selected alert, but you could put whatever you want for a selected alert. But what he did was he added a ton of columns. So he went through and he added all these different columns, and so all these columns are right here, all right? And you could add a column for any filter you want. Scroll down and add, add show column, show column, show column. And then you could take by going to the symbols list and with a single symbol, all right, so we could take B cell And now we can see what B cell did based on all these different items in here. And we could change the columns. This is just what the columns are loaded. So here we can see the last alert that B cell came through at the end of the day. And we could come back and we could run history for today. And we can see all this data of just B cell all by itself, time-stamped alerts on new highs. And we could change the alert that we use. It doesn't just have to be B cell. All right, but here we go. Everything that came through, and looks like it caught all of them, because remember, this can only hold 1,000 items in it at once. So if it says more up here, that just means, you know, you can right-click history and you could select more and it'll go further back in the history. So we can see, look, you know, at 10:41 and 16 seconds my time today, here was the price, how many shares were traded, its gap, earnings date, the relative volume at that time, the 1 minute volume, 5 minute volume, change from close, dollars and percent in dollar, at average true range, options, no put call info because this is not an optionable stock, it looks like, volume percent today, volume yesterday, gap on bars, change in the last 5 minutes, how many times it made a new high to this point on the day. That's what the count means. A count means how many times the alert itself was triggered, not the scans, not the scan itself, but just the alert. Change in 20 days, all these things like that. So, you know, these are the items that Barry selected. You could go with different selected items, all right? And we could do different. Look, we can come to configure and we could change this. We can go, instead of, I don't want to see new high, I want to see it based on if it had pullback from the open like this, all right? Let's add that alert. Let's get rid of new high. Let's check that one, all right? Let's see if it made any of these alerts today. Nope, didn't make that alert once today. So it would have never came through if we were using that alert. We can come back in here and say, well, let's try a different alert. Let's look at let's look at 1 minute volume spike. Let's add that alert, all right? And we're not going to give it any ratio. We're just going to leave it just as is blank. All right. And look, we can see it's even still alerting now. All right. And we could go back in the history again. And we see how many 1 minute volume spike alerts came through with, and what the filter values would have been every time that 1 minute volume spike. And again, we can change the columns. Remember, there's no filters in here. So again, this is how we can back engineer a scan based on one stock. So that's my magic trick for today, folks. All right, so you've got that. I kind of gave you a walkthrough. And again, for now, anyways, these recordings are all going up. I know there's talk about moving things around, but, you know, these recordings are there. So I know it's like an 8-hour recording at some point, but, you know, you can fast forward through it on the YouTube channel and all that good stuff like that. So close this out, close this out. So as per usual, I appreciate everybody that does show up, come here. You know, like I said, hopefully you're all getting something out of it. And while I can't teach you to trade, I hope that what I'm discussing when we talk about charts and how, you know, you look at it, you know, the scan returns you the idea, the chart and your brain return you how you want to play that idea or how you don't want to play that idea. I hope that that part of the trader talk is, you know, helping some of you as well. You know, like I said, we you know, limitations on what we're allowed to do, but, you know, I hope just by talking about the setups that we see out of the scans and things like that, that some of that can rub off and help you all as well, and get you to not just become proficient in using trade ideas to, you know, to make scans, but to make those scans profitable for you. That's, you know, hopefully it all becomes a package deal and all that. So again, I thank everybody. I'll be back here Monday. Pulling some extra duty next week. Andy's away, so you'll probably have me next week in the Thursday webinar. I'll cover for Andy. I'll cover Andy's Friday session next week. And then I have my regular sessions at 3:30 as well. As per usual, Barry will have this open at 8 o'clock in the morning Eastern time, Monday through Friday next week. He gets live on the mic 9 o'clock in the morning Eastern time, Monday through Friday. And different flavor for the noon Eastern live sessions like this. So perfect. All right, I thank you for all the really kind words, and I really, like I said, I really do appreciate those that you come in here, and I cannot wait to I cannot wait to see you all next week. I really mean that. All right. Thank you very much and have a great weekend, everybody. Take care. Bye.